Tell me when.
We're all set.
I'm going to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, March 24th, 2024. The time is 9:21 in the morning, and we are conducting this hearing virtually. It is being broadcast live via the Chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. Again, chairmanmendelson.com/live. The subject of this hearing is the mayor's proposed budgets for fiscal year 2023 for the Office of Planning, the Department of Buildings, and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. The mayor submitted the proposed budget last week. We received it in as a complete submission on Friday. And the different committees of the council are conducting hearings at this for the next several weeks on the proposed budgets for the agencies under their purview. The Committee of the Whole has already had one hearing on agency budgets. Today is our second hearing. On Monday, we will hear testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed budgets for all education agencies. And on Wednesday, the 30th, we will hear from the 8 education agencies themselves regarding the mayor's proposed budget. That would be DCPS, the public school system, OSSI, the deputy mayor for education, the public charter school board, the state board of education. That's Wednesday. The government witnesses, Monday, the non-government or public witnesses. And on Tuesday, the 29th, we will have testimony concerning the proposed budgets for the Office of Zoning, the Office of Budget and Planning, the University of the District of Columbia, and the Commission on Arts and Humanities. On April 8th, the Committee of the Whole will conduct a hearing on all of the legislative measures that the mayor introduced last week pertaining to the budget. That would be revised budgets for the current fiscal year 2022, the proposed local budget for fiscal year 23, the proposed Federal Funds Request Act or Federal Budget Request Act, and the Budget Support Act. The Committee of the Whole is scheduled to mark up its recommendations regarding the budgets under its purview on April 21st. We call that the small Committee of the Whole because the second Committee of the Whole markup will be May 10th, and that will be first reading on the legislation, the budget, and the other matters as well. Today's hearing, as I mentioned, concerns the proposed budgets for the Office of Planning, the Department of Buildings, and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. The Department of Buildings and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection currently and for the past several decades has been all within one agency, the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. By legislation adopted by the mayor, the DCRA is being broken up into 2 agencies, Department of Buildings and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. The way we will do the testimony, well, as I said, we will hear first regarding the Office of Planning, but then we will hear from all of the public witnesses regarding both the Department of Buildings and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. And then at the end, we will hear from the mayor's representative, Ernest Charapa, who's the current director of the Department of Consumer Regulatory Affairs, who will testify regarding the proposed budgets for both agencies, and we will have some questions for him. So at this time, we will welcome the following witnesses regarding the Office of Planning: Alex Baca, who is the policy director or DC policy director at Greater Washington; Harisa Nauruzi, who is executive director of Empower DC; and Rebecca Miller, who's with the DC Preservation League. Following those 3, we will hear from the acting director of the Office of Planning. Ms. Baca, you're up first. Please be mindful of the clock because we have a number of witnesses. I will be a little loose if you go over a little, but that's not the same as a lot. It's good to see you. Good morning, and why don't you proceed?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alex Baca, and I am testifying today on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as the DC Policy Director. In our reading, it seems like what's possible in a year for an agency of 83 people is supported with the mayor's proposed budget, though if the committee finds anything that detracts from more planning at the Office of Planning, necessarily in service of the construction of more housing and more affordable housing, we would like to see it restored. That's our major ask today. But more specifically, Gigi Wash is pleased to see that Office of Planning's budget is structured to advance the work we've long supported. More neighborhood planning, such as small area plans and design guidelines, and analyses of current land uses. It appears that more of this work is being done in-house with the additional FTEs supporting it, but I would like to hear from the director if my conclusion there is correct. I'd also like to hear more about the Open Streets for People project. I am mostly just curious about what the next steps for the program are and whether there are plans for sustained funding. Gigi Wash loves Open Streets, but we don't see them as just a pandemic recovery measure. Over $2 million in one-time funding sort of indicates to me that maybe the mayor does just see the idea of closing streets to car traffic as a pandemic recovery measure, special event sort of thing, when, in our opinion, Open Streets' highest and best use would be a regular and predictable program. Additionally, Gigi Wash has been pushing for a full rewrite of the comprehensive plan since 2019. While the recent amendments were extensive, they were not sufficient enough to address the district's housing shortage and uneven land uses, and the comp plan itself is still an unwieldy document that attempts to address far too wide of a scope. An April 2020 staff report from OP says that a rewrite of the comp plan should conclude in 2025. It's obvious that no one is particularly interested in doing this, and I do respect the desire to work on things that are no doubt less miserable. However, we would like to see funding in FY24 for an outreach and data gathering process and in FY25 for a rewrite. But before establishing a firm ask for how much that would cost and where it would go, I would appreciate hearing from OP what budget resources are necessary to achieve the goal of a fully written comp plan by 2025, as the council also endorsed that goal with the passage of the comp plan amendments. That's all for me. I tried to keep it short today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Baca. Rebecca Miller. I don't see Parissa Neruzzi here. Ms. Miller, why don't you proceed? I don't have a copy of your statement, Ms. Miller.
I sent it in about a half hour ago, so it should be coming to your desk shortly.
Okay. I will keep my ear to the electric wires to see if I can hear it coming through.
Well, before I start, I'll just say, these Thursday hearings that we keep having on OP are challenging, given that the Historic Preservation Review Board is taking place right now. So it kind of puts a big load on the advocates to produce for both of them, since we have 2 hearings this morning at HPRB as well. So yes. I'm gonna put that in your ear for the future.
Mr. Cash just told me we don't have the testimony, so you should resubmit it.
I'll resend it, no problem. Okay, so good morning, Chairman Mendelson and other council members if they're present. I'm Rebecca Miller, Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. HPO does not receive the financial support it requires to be successful. As we discussed in our oversight testimony, a few thousand buildings have been added to the DC inventory of historic sites since 2010 through the designation of neighborhoods like Kingman Park, Old West End, Union Market, and Bloomingdale. This protected status for these neighborhoods has increased the review load for what the DCPL perceives and has been expressed to us by the community as an already overworked HPO staff. Although DCPL acknowledges that the mayor's budget reflects a $100,000 increase, these funds will merely replace the fines they haven't received due to the Office of Administrative Hearings not issuing orders during the pandemic. These funds will be used to cover the expenses for the Historic Preservation Review Board and mayor's agent, not staff or other programmatic needs. HPO in the past has requested an additional FTE for an archaeologist, yet it has never made it into the budget. As a result, the city's comprehensive archaeology program is staffed by a single FTE and 1 contract position. HPO has consistently had paid interns, fellows, and contractors to assist with the program, but the responsibilities are far too great for a single city employee. To give an example of the current workload, the city archaeologists reviewed more than 100 local and federal projects last year. This work is in addition to their responsibility of curating the city's artifact collection. And as part of the MLK Library Rehabilitation and Modernization Project, a portion of the library exhibit spaces will be used to create temporary exhibits utilizing a portion of the city's archaeological collections. The temporary exhibitions are intended to make District of Columbia's history and archaeology more visible and accessible to district residents. This work is not feasible with current staffing levels. DCPL also believes that the Historic Homeowner Grant Program should be expanded to include all historic properties across the city, with the only limiting qualifier being one's income. This important program should receive a dedicated funding source that we hope the council can help identify and provide the necessary staff to run it. The current staff member who currently runs the program does an excellent job, but any expansion would require additional staffing resources. And on the topic of the Historic Homeowner Grant Program, I'd like to discuss the Kennesaw Renaissance Building at 3060 16th Street Northwest. For over a year, the assertion that historic preservation policies are the reason for the current financial struggles of the building is simply unfounded. As a result of having deferred regular maintenance on the exterior of the building since 1985, all condo and co-op owners are now liable for extraordinary repairs, not only to the balconies, but also to the cornice and facade. Based on the information provided at last month's mayor's agent hearing, the financial difficulties now being faced by the association and cooperative are a direct result of the structure and management of the condominium itself and not the preservation law. But we do want to help, as did HPO. However, the Historic Homeowner Grant Program cannot be the sole solution to this issue. From what we have been able to discern, the low and moderate income households will be responsible for approximately 20% of the needed repairs identified. Based on the updated estimates presented by the association and cooperative at the mayor's agent hearing, this would be between $875,000 and $1 million, leaving the remaining sum of $2.5 million the responsibility of the 33% of mixed income households and 42% of unit owners that hold these units as investment properties. A comprehensive assessment of the building's needs has not occurred to our knowledge. For example, have the areas of water infiltration been assessed and repaired to remediate further deterioration of the facade and cornice? Have the windows been assessed to determine if they need repair and replacement? Could deteriorated windows be contributing to the balcony deterioration? These are a lot of questions that need to be answered, and DCPL is more than happy to produce a preservation plan for the building so that we have a comprehensive list of needs. But based on the variables surrounding this unfortunate situation, the city should consider a unique financing package for the historic that consistent with historic homeowner grants and perhaps a 0% or low interest loan. As we've all seen, interest rates are going up. It will become even more expensive to do the work that's necessary on this building. And this type of offering would ensure that the low and moderate income owners receive the necessary grant funding while assisting the remaining owners in a palatable solution to minimize the financial impact. Conditions of this type of package could include the utilization of DC's workforce development program, the use of DC on small and disadvantaged businesses, liens, repayment upon unit sale, or other opportunities we may not have thought of yet. Whatever it looks like, we need the council's help to facilitate an opportunity for this building to be successful. In addition, whatever we learn from the funding model could carry forward to the future preservation of affordable units within historic condo and co-op buildings across the city. We look forward to our continued work with HPO, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And again, if you would resend your statement. I think I have a couple questions in here. So Ms. Miller, if I understand correctly, you think there should be an additional FTE or employee for archaeology, dealing with archaeology. And you started out by saying that the number of historic districts and landmarks has increased, but the number of the size of the staff has not over the past decade. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct, yes.
And that you think the historic homeowner grant program should be expanded.
Correct.
I will ask about that. And when I get your statement, I'll look at it in terms of the Kennesaw, because that is something we're struggling with.
I just forwarded it again, so hopefully I sent it to the committee of the whole and to Evan Cash's email. So.
I'm looking at him. Hamsters are moving very slowly. And I'm not referring to him, I'm referring to the internet. Ms. Baca, on the comprehensive plan, I should ask some questions about that. When we adopted the plan, we did call for a rewrite over the next several years. And I'm assuming that you're correct when you say it's 2025?
I will double check the implementation element and the other documents. The OP staff report says 2025, and I think that tracks with what was in the final passed version.
Yeah, it should. I will ask whether they have adequate funding, but I don't think they started until 24. Although maybe that's a little late for finishing it in 25.
I think if I can sort of say what I have heard, which is that typically it seems like there's a outreach process that precedes the actual writing of the plan. I don't think that that's required in any way, but I can see where it's desirable. So I wanted to account for that. Of course, it would be just great to see at the very least funding for a rewrite in 24. So.
Yeah. I would agree with you. There isn't a lot of enthusiasm to revisit it so quickly, but it is a requirement. And my last conversations with the former director of OP were that we both agreed that the plan is just too long and contradictory. And it's because it was written, as I understand it, the different elements were written by different people. And so therefore, the initial drafts, and so therefore there was repetition because of that. And then there was this feeling, and I even experienced it with colleagues, that even though a policy was stated, it should be stated again. And so it's full of repetition, but not repetition that's verbatim, which is problematic in itself. At the beginning of your statement, Ms. Baca, you talked about if something's needed, then we should provide more resources. I was a little confused by that.
Yeah, I was kind of staring at OP's budget, and to me, it looks good. Like, I think it accounts for the goals that actually, like, it kind of seems like the council and the administration and certainly advocates have shared over the years of more neighborhood planning, more reports, more sort of indication of what's going on. I wanted to make sure, just as a blanket statement, if the committee finds anything that seems to walk that back, basically I would appreciate another set of eyes on my conclusion. So, we want to move forward in a direction of more planning rather than less, I think.
Yeah. All right, I think I'll leave it at that. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. It's helpful, and I'm going to turn next to the acting director. So thank you. You're each excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anita Kozart, who's the acting director. Good morning.
Good morning.
When you're ready, why don't you begin?
Will do. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Anita Kozart. I'm the interim director of the DC Office of Planning. I'm pleased to be here to testify on behalf of Mayor Bowser to discuss the mayor's fiscal 2023 fair shot budget and financial plan for OP. On March 16, 2022, just last week, the mayor presented her 2023 budget and financial plan to the council of the District of Columbia. The proposed budget makes significant investments in housing affordability, transportation and environment, public safety, health and human services, education, and economic recovery. The mayor's FY 2023 budget continues to support OP's mission to plan for the long-term growth of the District of Columbia, to ensure that it reflects our values, supportive of an inclusive, equitable, and vibrant city, which all district residents can thrive, regardless of income, age, or background. OP guides development in the district's distinctive neighborhoods by engaging stakeholders and residents, performing research and analysis, serving as the steward of our historic resources, and publishing various planning documents, including the comprehensive plan. For FY 2023, the total budget for OP is $17,227,316, consisting of $16,592,316 in local funds, $535,000 in federal grants for our historic preservation program, and $100,000 in special purpose revenue. Most of OP's local budget is for personal services, as our greatest asset is our staff. This portion of OP's budget funds projected salaries and benefits for 79.5 local FTEs. 2 ARPA-funded FTEs are counted twice in this budget request, which should only reflect 77.5 FTEs. OP will work quickly with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and the Office of the City Administrator to fix this discrepancy. The mayor's budget supports OP's work to implement the comprehensive plan. The comp plan includes policy guidance to advance the district's recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, further the district's progress towards our housing goals, enhance the district's resilience to shocks and stressors, foster the efficient use of public resources, and embed racial equity as a process and an outcome. These themes are reflected throughout OP's budget enhancements in FY 2023. The mayor's budget includes an increase of $1.5 million for a new community planning initiative. It will fund technical analyses to inform the development of neighborhood-specific land use, zoning, and urban design guidance to implement the comp plan, advance the mayor's housing goals and economic development objectives, and support community priorities with a racial equity lens. This funding will also allow OP to provide grants to community-based organizations to support outreach and engagement associated with the planning initiatives in each neighborhood. Place-based planning efforts are supported by this funding. They are informed by the comp plan's future planning analysis areas, the future land use map, and area elements, as well as consideration of an equitable geographic distribution of neighborhood planning throughout the district. The FY 2023 budget includes $300,000 to support the multi-year New York Avenue strategy, which seeks to implement the comp plan's land use changes and promote equitable development by unlocking opportunity for an estimated 33,000 new housing units over several years and planning for supportive civic facilities and modernized infrastructure. The FY23 funding builds on the New York Avenue Vision Framework to conduct an analysis that identifies infrastructure and facility improvements paired with a public-private funding strategy. In addition, OP's budget request includes the continuation of a union grade 12 term position provided to OP in FY 2022 for the New York Avenue Vision Framework to work jointly on the district-wide production, distribution, and repair report and the New York Avenue infrastructure assessment. OP's FY23 budget also includes $400,000 for a commemorative works planning and technical assistance program. Using these funds, OP will establish a multi-year program to commemorate diverse Washingtonians in all 8 wards, with funding, design services for community organizations that lack resources for commemorative work projects. In FY23, the program will emphasize commemorative works in wards 5, 7, and 8, with more wards, as well as Ward 4, with more wards to be added in subsequent fiscal years as the budget allows. The program will build on the Commemorative Works Committee location strategy and reflect the objectives of the Diverse Washingtonians Act. This program will equip communities to enhance commemoration of Black, Indigenous, people of color, Washingtonians across the district, and help to reaffirm the district's civic identity and heritage. Historic preservation is a key component of the FY23 budget for OP. For the first time, the mayor's budget includes $100,000 for the Historic Preservation Office in local non-personal services to pay for operation board functions of the Historic Preservation Review Board, the mayor's agent, the district's state archaeologists, and local matches to federal grants. This enhancement is critical to support 2 funding sources that are decreasing. First, the revenue to support OP's $100,000 budget authority in our special purpose revenue fund has greatly diminished in recent years. Second, $535,000 from an annual grant from the Park Service has increasingly gone towards supporting personal services costs that are associated with the 3.5 FTEs, meaning that there is less funding available to support contracts and grants each year. The $100,000 in enhancement in local funds will support HPO to allow essential functions to continue, including community outreach for cultural heritage engagement, the review of projects in historic districts and DC facility modernizations, online public hearings, and ongoing public education projects on the district's historic heritage and racial and cultural diversity. The mayor's local budget also includes $250,000 in FY23 for the historic homeowner grant program. These grants will continue to pay for the exterior repairs, rehabilitation, and structural work on homes in eligible historic districts, specifically for low and moderate income homeowners, many of whom are seniors and longtime district residents. OP has expanded the historic homeowner grant program into the new Bloomingdale and Kingman Park historic districts, and council temporarily extended eligibility for grants to include the Kennesaw Apartments. As the committee may know, there is a current case concerning the Kennesaw building pending before me as the mayor's agent for historic preservation. Therefore, David Maloney, our state historic preservation officer, will be available to answer questions you may have about the grants. The mayor's budget allocates local NPS services for the first time to support the DC Food Policy Council's operations, community engagement, and implementation of its racial equity priorities. The recurring $25,000 will result in enhanced engagement with residents, particularly those experiencing food insecurity, compensation for community members for their time and expertise as speakers and focus group participants, partnerships with trained facilitators for conversations, difficult conversations on racial equity, and expanded translation services and printed materials on food resources for residents. As we continue to observe increased demand from community stakeholders, the mayor's budget supports requests related to disaggregated socio-demographic data, web-based engagement services, and urban design platforms to better understand our neighborhoods. Just in the past year, OP has launched a new demographic data hub, supported the district's ward and ANC redistricting processes, held many online community engagement activities, maintained websites for each place-based planning effort, and continued to host online web applications, including Property Quest and History Quest. The mayor's budget supports OP to sustain and enhance the agency's data and technology services by including a new Union Grade 12 information technology specialist, as well as funding to purchase essential IT hardware and software. Additionally, the proposed budget includes continued funding for one-term non-union grade FTE operations assistant to support the agency's multi-million-dollar procurement and grants budgets, grants management, reporting requirements, and human resources. In closing, OP is committed to utilizing dedicated funds from the mayor's fiscal year 2023 budget and financial plan to continue advancing the district's shared goals on healthy and strong neighborhoods, affordable housing, relief and equitable recovery, growth and access to opportunity for residents across the and businesses across the district. The council and this committee are key allies in these efforts, and I look forward to our continued work together to achieve our shared goals and give all residents a fair shot to benefit from the district's continued prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Cozart. I do have a few questions. I should have a few questions. Let me begin with this. On the Historic Homeowner Grant Program, you testified that $250,000 in local funds is being added to the budget for this, but we couldn't find it in the budget chapter. Can you explain where we can see this additional funding?
Yes, just a minute. So I would say the easiest place to see it is just a minute here.
If you have an agency fiscal officer with you, you can.
I do, and I'm looking to him to assist in helping us find where the easiest place is to find it in that budget chapter. Thanks for your patience while we're trying to point you to that.
Well, rather than
Yeah.
eating up all my time here, maybe get back to me with that.
I'm sorry, could you repeat
I
that?
say, rather than eating up all my time here, why don't you get back to me with that?
I will
So the question is, we can't find that 200. I mean, we don't know where to see it in the budget chapter.
find it, sure.
So if you would get back to us on that,
We sure will.
that when I look at the detail in the budget book for historic preservation, that's Division Program Activity 2000.
Yes.
Those reductions, they're not huge, but why would those amounts be less?
So essentially, there's just two reasons that there would be less. Essentially, we had a staff person that at one point we counted not quite in the right place. And so that we accounted for that piece. And then additionally, there was a one-time grant for the DC History Center. And so that was an FY22 expenditure, and it was a one-time grant.
Oh, well, the reduction is $43,000. Maybe these things don't correlate one for one, but that would be it says development review was reduced 18,000. Historic preservation was reduced 25,000. Looks like you moved the FTE from development review to historic preservation.
That's correct. That's correct.
So
Our agency fiscal officer is on the line now, Ed Giefer.
okay.
Ed, if you're adding your points, you're on mute.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. This is Edward Giefer from the Office of Planning. You're asking about historic preservation, which goes down by $25,000 in the year. Ms. Cozart was right. Looking at table BD04, Ms. Cozart was right that was an adjustment for an FTE and then $150,000 one-time grant for the DC History Center that came off. The net there for historic preservation is minus 25,000.
The grant to this History Center was 150,000?
Yes. 150,000 in ARPA and 150,000 in local funding.
That would be
Ultimately a $300,000 grant.
So is there any grant left to them?
That was an FY22 one-time grant, and there's nothing in the 23 budget for that.
So they got $300,000 in FY22.
This year, yes, sir.
Yeah. Give me just a moment.
Mr. Chairman, if I'm still on, I could speak about the 250,000 in homeowner grant funding you were asking about.
Please.
Since that is no change from FY22, it doesn't show specifically, but it is in there again for FY23 at the $250,000 mark, which is the same amount of new funding as FY22. So sort of a net
So
zero there.
where would I see that in the tables?
I mean, it gets wrapped up, for example, in table 4. That's in the historic preservation line item for 2020, included in there.
It's included in.
So for the dollar side of table ED04, for example, in that proposed 2.745 million for historic preservation, included in there is 250,000 for the homeowner grant program, same funding level as FY23.
So that's program activity or program 2020.
Yes, sir.
Activity 2020.
Activity, yes.
Okay. I need some help understanding the Historic Preservation Division. I think the testimony was that there's $100,000 being added.
That's correct.
Ms. Kozar, you said $100,000 enhancement in local funds to support HPO. I didn't understand what you were saying there. That is replacing some money?
No, that's additional money, and so that goes towards funding the operations of the Historic Preservation Review Board, functions of the mayor's agent. The portions of it go for the state archaeologist, and there's also portions of that we use to match, provide a local match for federal grants.
I guess maybe where I was confused was a little earlier in your statement. You said first, the revenue to support OP's $100,000 of budget authority in our special purpose revenue fund has greatly diminished in recent years. The funding, I'm blanking now. You have a special purpose revenue fund?
Correct.
And it's for?
The source of where we get the
Both, what it's used for and the source of money.
So the Ed, can you say a little bit about the source of the money?
Sure. This is to support our historic preservation activities, and the source is fees paid by individuals and organizations to nominate properties to be designated, plus fines in historic districts for people and contractors who are doing work without a permit in historic districts. So that revenue has gone down in the last couple of years, partially due to COVID, partially due to the Office of Administrative Hearings backlogs. And although we have up to $100,000 in budget authority to spend, we can only spend up to the amount of revenue that we get. And the revenue has been down. We've had less money for historic preservation to spend on grants and contracts. And so this new $100,000 local funding in local for the first time. HP has usually been funded by the special purpose fund and by an annual federal grant. So this first time 100,000 in local, the mayor is showing support there to help us make up for these dwindling other sources.
So give me an idea of how the revenues have gone down in the SB fund.
I think I have a table for that. Last year, I don't have that right up, but we have collected in the past over $100,000 a year for that. Again, matching that budget authority, so we can spend up to 100,000. In FY20 and FY21, it was down by about half of that. And so we had to cut grants and contracts. So we're hoping it ramps back up as OAH seems to be putting out more orders recently. But we have a backlog of the work that we want to do in historic preservation. And not only special purpose fund has been less, but Director Kozart talked about the annual $535,000 grant from the National Park Service. That funds 3.5 of our FTE, and as their salaries go up with step increases, et cetera, more and more of that $535,000 goes to personal services, less and less goes to non-personal services. And I think we're down now to about $50,000 of that grant that can go towards local grants and contracts for HP. So there's 2 dwindling sources will be made up now by this additional 100,000 in local funding.
The table 2 in the budget book says that the federal money was 546 for this year and 535 for next year. Is the 546 the annual grant from the National Park Service, or is that 535 plus some other money?
For FY22, we had 2 placeholders in there. So it's the 535 annual grant. Plus it was a $10,000 placeholder in case we had certain private grants. I'm sorry, certain other federal grants that would come in. It doesn't appear we're going to use that. And $1,000 for any private grants that we might get during the year. It doesn't appear that we will use that. So basically a net zero showing on that line item.
Okay. Ms. Kozart, the Preservation League testified that, if I understood them correctly, that the FTEs in the Historic Preservation Division are largely unchanged over the past decade, but the number of historic districts and properties has increased. So they argue that there ought to be more FTEs there. What's your reaction?
So my reaction would be that we're finding ways to, manage with additional responsibilities through staff that we have, and that, in many ways the staff provide expertise and deep knowledge of places that and apply that knowledge and skill to address the additional expansion of historic districts and additional landmarks. It's a deep skill set. We're grateful for it, and you can't think about it as kind of a one-to-one. The more historic districts you have, the more staff you need to have. It doesn't necessarily work out that way.
How about if you get back to me with this, so I better understand? If you could give me the caseload before HPO in 2011 and last year, 2021, and the FTE count for HPO 2011 and 2021.
You said 2011,
Yes,
2011 and 2020.
10 years apart, maybe that's 11.
Okay.
But so I want to get a comparison of the case. I guess that would be applications and then maybe break that down by hearings
Absolutely, we can follow up with that.
and the FTE count.
Sure.
I know I asked these questions earlier as in like the performance, but I don't have it in front of me. The historic homeowner grant program, that's in a non-lapsing fund, isn't it?
That's correct.
And we've been putting about 250,000 a year into it, I think.
That's correct.
So how much of the 250,000 was spent in 21 and what does it look like you'll spend this year?
Let me pull that for you. Certainly, one of the things that we're doing anew that you know is related to providing grants to the Kennesaw. So this is our first multifamily building that we're presenting or providing grants to. Essentially in January, we awarded to 16 eligible owners nearly 224,000. And so here we are, you know, kind of midway through the fiscal year. That's where we are. There's an additional set of grants that we have given out to other historic districts. And I think that I'm going to have to provide you with a write-up about that following this, because I don't have that at my fingertips. So actually, sorry, it just came through. So we've committed so far $465,000. We've spent 39 and we anticipate being able to spend the remainder of the resources we have allocated for this fiscal year.
Okay, so I'm confused. For FY22, you've committed $465,000.
For FY22, $456,000. I said 65, I apologize. We can also provide this to you as a follow-up.
And in FY21, how much did you spend?
FY21, our expenditure, it was 157,231. And I would say a big part of that was related to, you know, we were on target to try to spend the 250, but there was cost inflation and product delivery delays associated with COVID, and that impacted the single family homeowners.
So you spent 157 in FY21, on track to spend, or you've committed to spend 456 this year from the fund?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're gonna send you a chart because, you know, since it's non-lapsing, like trying to track year over year, I think we'll send a chart with some explanation because I think that'd be very helpful.
Okay. Give me just a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go back to the DC History Center grant. So I think we put the money in on a recurring basis, and the mayor's budget takes that out.
I'm gonna ask
Mr. Kiefer.
Yes, I'm gonna ask Mr. Kiefer, and then also it may be helpful for State Historic Preservation Officer, Mr. Maloney, to provide any additional context.
Sorry to come back to this. So, but it's a separate question on my list here. So we put 150,000 in, the council did on a recurring basis, and all that's been zeroed out?
Last year, there was $150,000 in local and $150,000 in ARPA, combined $300,000 to support the DC History Center. We understand other agencies have supported them in the past, but OP had that 300,000 or has that 300,000 in FY22, and it was put in as a one-time. Both of those $150,000 budget items were put in as one time for FY22.
I may come back to this in a second. Give me a second here. I want to ask a couple questions about the Open Streets for People project. So if I remember correctly, that's ARPA funding.
Correct.
I think we put it in over 3 years.
Yes.
Can you provide additional detail about what Open Streets has funded so far in FY22 and what the breakdown of non-personal services funds is planned for FY23?
Sure. So far, we've awarded grants to several bids in the downtown area. They put together proposals to partner with Black and Indigenous people of color organizations to put together activities and events that would use streets, alleys, sidewalks, other public right-of-ways for dining, retail, cultural events that would be happening essentially between May of 2022 and October of 2022. And so we've given them these grants. This is also to purchase public space furniture that can be used year over year over year to safely close down streets, portions of streets in the downtown area. Really, this is about attracting and bringing people back to downtown to support the local businesses and the downtown economy, and to provide places for folks to safely gather. And we really see this as a way of not only supporting economic recovery, but demonstrating the ways that we can use our public space in a safe manner for folks to and then in terms of the contract amounts that we used and the grant amounts, we'll send you a follow-up with the specific details of those. And our plans for FY23, we imagine that because it's we'll have additional funding in FY23, we plan to use the bulk of that money to be for those additional grants. There may be some carryover money from FY22 for the second portion of the Streets for People program, which is about getting technical urban design consultants to identify ways that we can create kind of permanent solution or permanent sets of ways of using streets, alleys, and sidewalks for the dining and the retail and the other cultural events. So that is kind of the combination that we're using there. The majority is going towards grants, and a portion towards kind of a long-term vision plan and framework that would lay that out. And some portions of that framework would be developed in FY23. So that's what we'll send you as a follow-up to this.
So the detail that you will send will identify the grants that you said have already been issued, as well as your thoughts for, how I want to call it, planning,
Yes,
as well as how much is carrying over and the thinking for next year.
that's correct.
Okay. You were present when Ms. Bacher was testifying
Yes,
on the comprehensive plan. So we set forth in the comprehensive plan that we adopted, the timetable for the new plan. Are we on track for that?
in our opinion, yes, we are. One of the things that's important about getting ready for the next comprehensive plan is actually to do some place-based planning so that we can learn some things about what we do need to include in a comprehensive plan and what we can include in other documents. We share your opinion that the document is unwieldy that we have right now. It has a lot of valuable information. There are ways that it could be presented differently. And what we see happening in the years to come is identifying ways to make that plan more user-friendly from the perspective of residents, from the perspective of the council, from the perspective of those in our team who use them for their analyses of cases that come before the Zoning Commission, the Historic Preservation Review Board, and a host of other boards. So we anticipate, following what the calendar that was put forth in the implementation element, and see our planning efforts and our reflection on those planning efforts and completion of those as being pivotal to making sure that we have recommendations to offer into the pot as we think about what the next comp plan ought to look like and the visioning process that precedes it.
So there's some small area plans that are envisioned, and the thinking was that some or all of those would be gotten out of the way before the new plan because it would help inform the new plan. Are all those on track?
Yes, they are on track.
And where are we with the PDR plan or study?
Sure, that's going to be initiated in the coming months. We're in the process of securing technical consultants. As you know, it requires some analysis that's really important. The council laid it out and in the comp plan what the expectations were. We expect the PDR study, we understand, is due to the council in January 2024, and we've looked at, and that's part of our timeline, and we feel we're on track to do that.
Okay. I mean, I want to kind of, this is not a question, but more a statement on my part. Over the past few months, maybe past year, I have heard comments about how we ought to identify PDR land in other wards. I've heard that mostly from Ward 5 residents. I don't know how easy that is to do. In fact, I'll even say I'm skeptical it can be done, but the study ought to look at that. If it's possible, we should know it. And if it's not possible, then the public needs to know that it's not possible. Clearly, I'm thinking of like the controversy over the Aussie bus lot on W Street, where folks argue that there's some industrial uses that could be located outside the city. We don't need them here. I don't know to what extent I agree with that, but the PDR study ought to be looking at that. If we believe that the PDR land, which is a finite supply, is necessary, is it necessary for all the uses that are currently using it? So that's just kind of restating what I said a second ago. There are some uses, like for instance, our ABC law requires that all alcohol wholesalers have to warehouse in the district. Is there adequate PDR land for that? The study ought to look at that. And then are there mitigating actions that can be taken so that the PDR land is, I think there's a presumption that all PDR land is offensive, and that doesn't necessarily follow. I mean, the DCPS warehouse, a food warehouse, I don't know that that annoys anybody. But if there are mitigating actions that ought to take place, the PDR study ought to look at that as well, so that these uses are as unobjectionable as possible. You know, as I'm talking about this, I'm thinking about concrete, about which I don't know a lot, but I know more than I ever really wanted to know. And I guess it needs to be, the manufacture of it needs to be proximate to the use of it. You can't manufacture concrete in West Virginia and drive it for a few hours to the district and it can be used. So that would be a use that probably needs to be located in the district, or else it's going to drive up the cost of construction. So the study ought to be looking at all that. I assume it will be, but I just thought I'd put that out there for the, I don't know, I guess for the record.
Thank you. It's actually helpful to hear you enumerate those things. I think one of the things that we're going to be, as we think about mitigations, looking at, we'll look at traditional mitigations that we might think of. The additional piece that we're going to be looking at, and this is where it's helpful to have consultant support, is understanding what role technology has in kind of those timeframes and necessity for different types of uses to be proximate and where they need to be and that kind of thing. So yes, to the things that you shared earlier and enumerated earlier, those are things that we're looking at. And I just wanted to provide the technology lens is something that will be a part of what we look at as well.
At the performance oversight hearing a month ago with the Office of Zoning, there was testimony that was quite critical that the Office of Zoning, or the Zoning Commission, I guess I'll put it this way, that they ought to stop hearing cases until they have adopted a racial equity lens. My question to you is the Office of Planning helping the Zoning Commission with this issue of adopting or having a racial equity lens for its actions?
We are helping them in a couple of ways. One is that since October or November of last year, all of the reports that we send to the Zoning Commission have at least 2 to 3 pages that includes a comprehensive plan analysis of the project, along with that incorporates a racial equity lens and has analysis of disaggregated data, has analysis of the proposed project and its programming and what its impact will be on the population. And that's included for plan unit developments, text amendments, and map amendments. And we're happy to share samples of those with the committee if that's something that's helpful. We've shared it with a number of folks who actually testified. We shared it after that hearing with them. And certainly there may be ways for us to do a better job with making that information more widely available to folks who aren't watching the hearings or are not able to do that. So that's one piece. The other piece is that we've collaborated with Office of Zoning, the Zoning Commission, the Historic Preservation Review Board, and the Mayor's Office on Racial Equity to have a training around racial equity and learn some things from that training that we'll be looking to have some subsequent actions, including developing sets of resources that will assist the Office of Zoning and the Zoning Commission as it relates to this.
You offered to share some of the analysis you've done, just give us one report, whichever one you think was really good.
Oh, that's going to be tough. They're all really good. So we'll use our judgment call on that. But yes, happy to share with fellow.
Give me just a second. Near the beginning of your testimony, I was a little confused. A portion of OP's budget funds projected salaries and benefits for 79.5 local FTEs. 2 ARPA-funded FTEs are counted twice. I got confused. The budget book says that you will have 83 FTEs. So is there an error there?
Yes, there's a drafting error.
And what should it be?
So one of the things, there's a drafting error around the ARPA pieces. The other thing to think about is the fact that we have FTEs that are funded using both capital budget, or operating budget, and federal funds.
Okay, that didn't really help me. How many FTEs should you have in the budget? 83, 82, 81?
So I'm gonna have our AFO just walk through this because I don't think I did a good job of it. Ed, would you do that?
Thanks, Director Kozart. We have 3 ARPA, Mr. Chairman, 3 ARPA funded FTE this year, FY22, and those were extended into FY23 in the mayor's budget. The mayor's budget also appears to include 2 of those ARPA FTE in our local funding. So that's the double counting that we're seeing. And we've talked to the Office of City Administrator about this, and they'd like to update the ARPA FTE during execution this fall so that the total FTE is 81 for OP, and that includes a +1 for this year for an IT specialist, a much needed IT specialist that Director Kozart talked about in her testimony.
So that would be 3 ARPA and 78 local for a total of 81.
That's right.
Okay. You do understand that as nice as the city administrator's budget office is, we're the ones who adopt the budget, so we want to get the table right. So if you would work with our office to make sure we get the table right. But what I'm reflecting here is that the total should be 81, not 83, and that's 3 ARPA and 78 local.
That's right, Chairman.
Where that gets spread, we'll need that as well, and you'll work with us on that.
Yes, we will.
Ms. Kozart, on page 4 of your statement, you talked about the New York Avenue strategy, set a pathway to unlock the opportunity for an estimated 33,000 new housing units. The mayor a couple of years ago called for 36,000 new housing units. That's citywide. Am I reading your statement correctly that there will be 33,000? Clearly not the same timetable, but there'll be 33,000 new housing units in that New York Avenue planning area?
So there's a possibility, and the timetable is different. We estimate the outside would be, 15 to 20 years, but there's immediate opportunities that we think can be unlocked through the future land use map changes along New York Avenue, which include a residential stripe along that area to incorporate more housing. So our development capacity model estimates that, kind of up in that longer period of time, there could be 15 to 20 years, there could be up to 33,000 housing units.
Okay, so I did understand that correctly. Okay, the next question I have is on the commemorative works. So you have $400,000 in this budget. This would be new money for the commemorative works planning and technical assistance program.
Yes.
I'm not sure where to begin here. The council passed legislation a couple years ago, which was the Diverse Washingtonians Act. You referenced that in your statement. The Diverse Washingtonians Act did ask University of the District of Columbia to give us a report. Is that the basis for the work you're looking at doing?
In many ways, it informs the work that we're doing. That report identified sets of, or the preliminary report that I can recall, we got a report out from UDC about it, that essentially that there was really, as the legislation identifies, a dearth of commemoration of Black Washingtonians in particular, and Washingtonians in particular parts of the city. It also identified opportunity, or who are the kinds of people and what are the kinds of events to commemorate. There's also been some research that we've done to support the Commemorative Works Committee in understanding where there are lack of commemoration in the city, and found that it's in wards 4 and 5 and 7 and 8, and found that organizations located in those areas that would want to do some things through some of our engagement with folks lack the resources to be able to do it, to be able to get a landscape architect, an artist, or a designer to help them start the process. You know this well from your role overseeing this, Chair Mendelson. And so the idea is that we would re-grant these resources to community organizations that want to secure that technical expertise. The costs of that can be pretty significant for small organizations, and can exceed even the annual budgets that some of them have. And so this is to jumpstart our commemoration and make sure that it's not just something that people talk about aspirationally, but it manifests itself in our public space.
Well, what you're describing sounds a little, how do I want to put this? I don't mean it negatively. It sounds a little bit chaotic as opposed to organized. I mean it this way. So we adopted that act. UDC came up with a report. The report could be the plan for commemorative works. But instead, what I'm hearing is that you're looking at giving grants to organizations that would look at the report, but they could come up with their own idea for a commemoration. And in that's what I meant by chaotic. Maybe that's the wrong word. It's a little bit harsh, and I don't mean it harshly, more haphazard or less planned. One could even argue grassroots, but it's still not organized.
I take your feedback, and the way we had envisioned it, and this would be a new program, right? And so we'd be happy to continue to work to get your feedback about it, but that resources that are available, like the UDC report, also like our location strategy that goes and identifies, and this is one where we had community engagement around this last year for folks to talk to us about places that are important in terms of commemoration and people. And that's a location strategy that we'll be releasing later this year. So that the idea is that some of the foundation of establishing this program would be both learnings from that UDC report and build on this location strategy, which we anticipate releasing later this year.
OP will be releasing the location strategy?
OP with the Commemorative Works Committee. We've been working hand in hand with them to put that together and get their feedback and good ideas about how to structure that. And we'd be happy, if it's helpful, as a supplement to provide some information about that location strategy, even as we're working to finalize it.
Absolutely, I would be interested. How did you come up with $400,000?
So this was based on kind of, it's the midpoint of the high end and the low end of what we had seen, some of the commemorative works that have come before us, what they cost, their total costs. These are not gonna, there's not likely to cover the total costs associated with that. But essentially the way we broke it out was put in 100,000 per ward. And we would try to accommodate as many grants as we think is actually feasible that provides enough resources to jumpstart and move it forward.
But the commemorative works that have come before you have been actual commemorative works, like the Carter Woodson statue or the memorial up by Fort Totten, which was not a statue. And here you're talking about planning grants to help $100,000 in each ward for organizations to develop proposals.
So it's to develop the proposals, but also associated with Carter G. Woodson, associated with Lincoln, the tribute to Lincoln that you was recently before you.
Yeah.
There's costs associated with an artist, an architect, an urban designer, landscape architect, depending on where it's going to be in public space. And so that is what it's the folks who sponsored the Lincoln statue, they raise money for that, right? So this is to contribute to the costs that are associated with that. Does that help to clarify?
Maybe. So like the so a community organization decides they want to do a statue to I'm just going to come up with a name, Frederick Douglass. No, they want to do a memorial, just a commemorative work just to Frederick Douglass. So they think about, do we want to do a statue, or do we want to do like a landscape park, or do we want to, and then they would, as part of the grant, have somebody design the statue, not actually cast it, but to design the statue or to design the park. So that's what the grant would be for.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I think the council should be involved, and I think there should be more of a plan in terms of what, how do I want to put this? A plan of who we are commemorating. I guess I would put it that way. And then more flexibility with regard to how they are memorialized. But I hesitate to bring this up because I haven't said this publicly. I thought that the work that the UDC study came up with was very useful. It had a lot of qualities to it, but it had two limitations. And I thought the limitations were significant. One was it seemed to be almost entirely occupied or preoccupied with the 20th century. And there were famous people in the 19th century. We just renamed Lafayette Park, Lafayette Pointer Park, after an individual, an African-American who was arguably one of the most prominent civil engineers in the Washington area in the early 19th century. But the UDC report doesn't look at anybody from the 19th century other than a few individuals who were born in the late 1800s. And the other limitation was that the recommendations seemed to be almost entirely plaques or markers. And not that it has to be a statue, but I kind of think of commemorative works as statues. I'm pausing for a second because I'm trying to think. There are commemorative works in the city that are more landscape. I'm thinking of one to a poet on Massachusetts Avenue. And although the Vietnam Memorial is not a to a person, it is certainly more of a landscape than a statue. So I don't want to write that off. But the report from UDC was, if I remember correctly, entirely plaques and markers. And I thought that was a little inadequate. And then third, I said two, but the third issue was that I think we need to be more thoughtful about location. And I think it's good to spread public art around the city. But the commemorative works, which are a form of public art, ought to also be more, I want to say more publicly present and also have a clear nexus to the individual or the event. I don't have the report in front of me, so I can't be more specific, but I didn't think the report was. Those are just some observations I have on the report based on memory. So I think there's more to be developed here.
That's correct. That's correct. And we'd be happy to work with you and have a sit-down meeting to talk through these issues. And I think some of our location strategy may help to provide a little bit more of that piece around nexus that you were discussing and access, because those are some of the characteristics that you named were some of the things that we kept in mind for the location strategy. And take your point about the, and it's helpful to hear your reflections on the UDC strategy or report.
Yeah. I mean, they identified 12 people because we asked them to identify 12. And the 12 really were, was a fascinating read to me of people and what they did, how they were involved, all of which I thought was worth celebrating. But as I said, it really was, by the time I got to the 12th one, I was saying, how about 19th century? I have two more questions for you. How many vacancies do you have right now?
Right now, just 1 minute. So currently we have 7 vacancies. However, one of those vacancies has a start date. And then the rest of them are in interviews at this time. One is someone who, one of those 7 is someone who whose last day was less than a week ago, and we expect to post that soon. So those are our vacancies.
And I don't know if this is for you or Mr. Giefer, for the proposed FY23 budget, what salary lapse is there?
The salary lapse, we do a 1% salary lapse, just 1 minute, I have that highlighted somewhere. Close to salary lapse or vacancy savings, close to 110K is in the FY23 budget.
And that's 1%?
That's correct.
Okay. And Ms. Cozart, did you submit any Form Bs to the, or budget enhancement requests to the budget formulation? The, whatever it is, to the,
Form Bs, yes, we did submit Form 2.
yeah, I think they're now called Form 2. It's a budget enhancement request.
Yes.
Can you provide us with copies of those?
I think that's something that we can do. We'll follow up.
Okay. So my notes, and I might have missed something here, but you actually give me a second. Okay, in addition to that, you are going to get back to us with the caseload and FTE count in HPO 2011 and 2021.
Yes,
Send us a chart regarding the historic homeowner grant program. I guess that's the SB account.
yes,
And will send us more information on the commemorative works. And will share with us one report that discusses the racial equity impact of a case.
yes,
And will send us detail on the Open Streets for People project.
that's correct.
And if there's anything I left off that list, add it as well.
Yeah, the only other thing, I don't think will be written follow-up, but the conversation we wanted to have about the planning and technical assistance program for commemorative works.
Yes, yes, that'll be a conversation.
Yes,
Let me just check with staff to see if I forgot anything. Hold on a second.
okay.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you very much. We will be in touch.
Thank you for your time. Take good care.
We're going to turn now to the Department of Buildings. I'm going to need to pause for a second to get myself organized, but I'll do that while folks are being let in. Regarding the Department of Buildings, we have Beth Mellon from the Legal Aid Society and Eleni Christidis, also from the Legal Aid Society. Kathy Zeisel, who's Senior Supervising Attorney, Healthy Together at DC's Children's Law Center. Chuck Elkins, who's an ANC Commissioner, ANC 3D01. Jacqueline Brogdon, Marquand Hamilton, Annette Christie, Naya Garrett, Isabel Atkinson, Randy Speck, who's Chair of ANC 34G, Ian Moss, Dr. Janet Phoenix, who's with the DC Asthma Coalition, Liz DeBarros, who's the interim CEO at the DC Building Industry Association, and Rebecca Miller with the DC Preservation League. I was just heard a whisper that she's not testifying again. She did testify a little while ago. So while those folks are being let in, I'm going to pause for just a second here. Sorry to keep everyone waiting here. Now I've misplaced my witness list. We're going to put people on a 3-minute clock, but if you need a little extra time, I'll be flexible there. Ms. Mellon, you are first. And good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Beth Mellon. I'm a supervising attorney and the director of the Eviction Prevention Project at the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia. I'm going to focus this morning on the connection between housing conditions and eviction and how we hope Department of Buildings could use more inspection and enforcement dollars to support an overall eviction prevention strategy. As you know, and due in large part to your leadership, plus Council Members Silverman and Ellen, the Council substantially increased access to justice funding in this year's budget with a focus on eviction diversion. At the same time, DC formed a local eviction prevention working group following up on 2 White House summits last summer. And for over 6 months, we'd have weekly meetings of legal services, rental assistance, and government agencies, including DHS, DHCD, and OTA, plus the court. And our goal has been to create a framework for fully funded eviction prevention strategy for the district. So how is this related to housing conditions? First, because landlords use housing conditions to constructively evict tenants out of court, we want to disrupt that system. Second, because tenants facing a government under enforcement of the housing code often will withhold their rent, putting them at risk of eviction. We'd like to stop that upstream. And third, because eviction prevention is really about housing stability and unsafe housing is not stable. So the premise of our strategy is that tenants often need more than just an attorney to stabilize their housing and avoid eviction and displacement. They need connections to resources, rent and utility assistance, public benefits, tax credits, child support. They need connection to non-legal services like housing search, navigating government systems. And they also need connections to legal services when those systems fail. And among the services they need are inspections for housing code violations and follow through to enforcement. With the Access to Justice funding, we've designed a plan for intensive outreach to tenants through letters, phone calls, in-person canvassing. And we want to offer these supports and services in a partnership between 6 legal service providers and 6 community-based organizations. So how does DOB fit in? First, our framework calls for connecting tenants to housing code inspections through DC Superior Court and specifically in the landlord-tenant branch when they're facing eviction. Superior Court stands willing and able to provide access to inspectors, legal services, and rental assistance providers currently monitor remote hearings and offer our services in real time to tenants. But we believe this would require more resources, more inspectors. Second, we want to leverage our community outreach to connect tenants to DOB and to inspections. We can leverage our increased community presence to increase DOB's presence in the community, focusing on neighborhoods and properties with higher risk of eviction, which often are the same communities with substantial housing code violations and neglect. And we believe this too will require more resources for inspections and enforcement, more inspections, more notices, more enforcement cases. And I finally just want to say we've used this model of intensive outreach over the past 6 months to prevent hundreds of evictions, and we know this can work to connect tenants to services. We've been tracking actual evictions, coordinating in-person outreach, connecting tenants to legal services and other services, and we've been able to stop 69% of all evictions, which is really unheard of in our work. The key, we think, is reaching these tenants and connecting them. And we are ready to partner with DOB in this work, but we know they will need resources. We want to make sure as we unfold this strategy that supply meets demand and DOB is ready. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Eleni Christidis.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. My name is Eleni Christidis. I'm a Ward 1 resident and senior staff attorney in the Housing Law Unit at the Legal Aid Society of DC. Today, I want to highlight some recommendations that Legal Aid believes will help ensure that the new Department of Buildings reverses the legacy of failed enforcement of the housing code under DCRA. First, the council should fully fund enacted legislation that will ensure that all DOB inspectors are certified in mold assessment and that DOB is required to issue a notice of infraction when a residential property has significant indoor mold growth. Fully funding the Residential Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act will give actual teeth to DC's mold law, one of the strongest in the nation, since it will no longer depend on private enforcement alone. Second, the council should pass a budget support act that directs that fines that DOB collects for housing code violations go to the nuisance abatement fund. In our experience, DCRA has not sufficiently used this fund to proactively abate conditions that cause tenants to have to leave their homes, either due to placarding or other reasons. DOB should show a greater willingness to use these funds and to collect fines and place liens on properties of serious or repeat landlord violators. Third, DOB needs more full-time inspectors to come in line with other jurisdictions' ratios of housing inspectors to rental units. DC has approximately 180,000 rental units. To achieve a ratio somewhere between one inspector for every 2,000 to 3,500 rental units, DOB would need to employ between 51 and 90 dedicated housing inspectors. Currently, based on performance oversight responses, DCRA employs just 38 full-time residential housing inspectors. To bridge this gap, we urge the council to pass a budget that includes sufficient funding for 75 DOB housing inspectors. Fourth, the council should recommend KPIs for DOB that focus on actual timely abatement of housing code violations. Currently, DCRA's KPIs do not capture whether or how quickly violations are abated. While better KPIs could take many forms, legal aid suggests that DOB measure the percent of life safety violations abated within 72 hours of inspection and the percent of notices of infraction abated within 35 days of inspection. For both measures, the meaning of abatement should not be based on a landlord's self-certification alone. Abatement must be confirmed by an actual reinspection or by communicating with the tenant. The council should also regularly collect data from DOB that will show what DOB is doing at every stage of the enforcement process, including the number of NOIs for which fines are collected, the number of NOIs referred to the Office of Strategic Enforcement, and the number of NOIs resolved through settlement or by judgment at OAH. These and other suggestions are explained in more detail in legal aid's written testimony. We hope that by implementing these ideas, DOB will become a fundamentally different, more strategic and effective enforcer of DC law than DCRA has been. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Kathy Zeisel.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson. I'm Kathy Zeisel. I'm a DC resident and a senior supervising attorney at Children's Law Center, which fights so that every DC child can have a stable family, good health, and a quality education. The budget offered by the mayor for the Department of Buildings will not ensure that DC residents can have safe and healthy housing. We have 5 recommendations today to strengthen that budget. The first is to the number of inspectors. We need at least 75 inspectors for housing within the Department of Buildings to ensure that we have a sufficient number of inspectors within proactive and complaint-based inspections. Second, we're going to need additional enforcement personnel. It looks like DOB may actually be funded at a lower level than DCRA for enforcement personnel, but regardless, we need additional personnel with an increase of inspectors, and we need additional personnel to ensure that we have sufficient personnel to actually have effective enforcement, unlike what we've had within DCRA. We recommend that enforcement personnel actually be embedded within some of the inspection units to ensure that the inspectors are doing strategic enforcement and effective enforcement. We also recommend that a data-driven public health focused agency have additional personnel, specifically a senior level public health person that can actually have that expertise to help develop strategy and analyze data, and 2 to 3 liaisons that are responsible for coordinating with the sister agencies that hold healthy housing enforcement and programmatic responsibilities. There's numerous other executive agencies that hold pieces of healthy housing work, and it's going to be a very big lift to ensure that they're all coordinating, which they do not do now, to have effective enforcement and data sharing. We recommend that one of those positions be funded now so that the necessary MOUs can be created and off the ground before the start of the agency in FY23. Fourth, respect to key performance indicators, we recommend that they be detailed and actually go to each of the functions within the agency. I have some detailed within the written testimony. Fifth, we recommend that the council, although the legislation only asks for annual reporting, that for the first few years, the council asks for quarterly reporting on these detailed KPIs. And if they're not turned into KPIs, detailed reporting on these points to ensure that the agency is actually getting up and running and we're not surprised at the end of the year in annual reporting that they're not meeting KPIs. And we'd also have to ask if this data be presented in open reporting formatting, similar to what New York City does in their open data online that can be downloaded. Finally, we'd ask the council in the Budget Support Act to direct enforcement fines are collected, to direct those funds into the existing nuisance abatement fund. This year, they've asked for special funding for abatement, but the nuisance abatement fund could be self-sustaining with enforcement fines if that were to be redirected into the existing special purpose fund. Very few fines have been collected in the past, but this would be a way to ensure that the fund is self-sustaining if we redirected the fines there. And we'd also ask in the Budget Support Act that tenants be notified when enforcement is ongoing, because that would make enforcement more effective in those hearings and would allow the tenant to be able to better give information during that enforcement process. Thank you, and we look forward to continuing to work with you to ensure that the Department of Buildings is an effective agency.
Thank you, Ms. Seisel. Chuck Elkins?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to devote all of my attention today to the vacant and blighted properties program. As you and others of us have expressed in numerous hearings, the vacant and blighted properties program has not been delivering the results that we all want. In particular, first, the list of vacant and blighted properties that drives this program is incomplete and inaccurate. Secondly, some of these properties pose health and safety risks to their neighborhoods, but go unabated. And thirdly, many properties remain vacant or blighted for long periods of time instead of being returned to productive use. So in January, I asked 5 graduate students at American University as part of their master's degree in public policy to scour the United States looking for best practices in other cities for dealing with vacant and blighted properties. These students' research has been very productive. From their examination of best practices in other cities, we have developed some suggested additions to the budget for the new Department of Buildings so that the department will have the best possible set of tools to put this program on a straight path to success. And these students' testimony, which will follow mine, will outline these proposals in detail. However, let me provide you with an overview of these proposals. First, we found a way to make sure that the list of vacant and blighted properties maintained by the department is much more comprehensive. I estimate that the list will at least double in size. Secondly, the number of inspectors needs to be increased, both because the current staff is inadequate, but because the expansion of the list of vacant and blighted properties will necessitate many more inspections on a continuing basis, including the inspection of exempted properties. Thirdly, we need the new department to take advantage of the strong motivation at the neighborhood level to deal with these vacant and blighted properties. The energy to deal with these properties is driven, as you know, primarily by the fact that these properties can become a nuisance or a serious health and safety problem for the neighborhood, as well as driving down property values. We are proposing a pilot effort to organize and assist 2 or 3 neighborhood committees in this effort. And finally, I believe we should change the attitude in the program that their job is finished when they get the tax rate increased for these properties. Instead, we need the new department to understand that the district's job, and therefore theirs, is not finished until these properties are brought back into productive use. We are recommending a new small staff to work with the district's housing agency staffs to find creative ways to bring these properties back and to help owners rehabilitate their properties to serve the most pressing needs of the district. And I do note that the mayor's budget does include a new KPI on the number of vacant properties returned to productive use, and I support that. I think that's an excellent change. Mr. Chairman, my testimony will be followed by these graduate students. I would ask your indulgence to maybe have them testify in a slightly different order. I think you will find it more understandable for them to testify in the order in which we had arranged. If not, they can go ahead as ordered. That would be Miss Christie to start with, and then Miss Garrett, Mr. Hamilton, Miss Brogdon, and finally Miss Atkinson. They're right after me. They're just in a slightly different order.
You said Miss Christie, then Miss Garrett, and
Miss Christie, Miss Garrett, Mr. Hamilton, Miss Brogdon, and Miss Atkinson.
got it. Okay.
Thank you.
I can do that. Thank you, Mr. Elkins. So then next would be Annette Christie.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of City Council. My name is Annette Christie, and I'm one of the Masters in Public Policy students at American University that has been working with ANC Commissioner Chuck Elkins to identify best practices in the United States for managing vacant and blighted properties that can be applied to DC. According to the United States Postal Service, there are more than 10,000 blighted and vacant properties in the district. I think it could be helpful to increase the number of department building inspectors to help manage and regulate Class 3 and Class 4 vacant properties. The allotted funds would be used to increase the number of inspectors, which could help increase the efficiency and management of the blighted and vacant properties in DC. The district's current budget allows for 9 full-time FTE staff members to address vacant and blighted properties. The staff is tasked with assessing vacant property exemptions, inspecting and designating vacant and blighted properties. DCRA's current staff consists of 4 administrative personnel who promote exemptions, generate property notices, and transfer classification data over to the district Office of Tax and Revenue. There are currently only 3 full-time field inspectors who physically inspect and report vacant properties. The current staff cannot adequately manage the district's potential 10,000 blighted properties. The vacant building enforcement has been operating at these staffing levels for the past 4 years in response to the mayor's 2018 budget. We recommend that the city increase the number of allocated, this number to increase the funding. An individual familiar with the program thought it might be helpful for the district to increase the number of full-time vacant inspectors so that there is at least 1 inspector per ward. Ideally, this individual would live in the ward or be somewhat familiar. When comparing the number of inspectors to other cities, there are stark disparities in the number of inspectors. In Rochester, there is 1 vacant and blighted property for every 3,300 housing units. In San Antonio, there's 1 for every 5,400 housing units. And in Toledo, there's 1 inspector for every 1,300 housing units. If we wanted to be conservative and have a system similar to Toledo, it's recommended that we have 1 inspector for every 13 housing units, which would equate to 25 inspectors in the district. There are clear indications that the lack of staff exacerbates the issue of blight and vacancies, and increasing the budget will help to mitigate the problem. Increased funding is required to accommodate for the requested 25 inspectors to help improve the overall efficiency of the department. Thank you for your time, and next I'll pass it off to my colleague, Nia Garrett.
Ms. Garrett.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Nia Garrett, and as Annette has already introduced, I'm one of the Masters of Public Policy students at American, working with ANC Commissioner Chuck Elkins. Based on our research, I will focus on 2 suggestions on improving the data collection and accessibility of vacant properties. We hope that Mr. Chairman will consider our suggestions and the possibility of their implementation in DC. First, the collaboration of the Department of Buildings, DOB, and the U.S. Postal Service, USPS. 2, the adoption of a QR code program. The first suggestion is for DOB to collaborate with USPS to help confirm and identify vacant properties in the city. Through an agreement between USPS and HUD, government and research agencies can receive quarterly data on addresses identified by USPS as vacant. Entities such as DePaul University have used this data to understand patterns of blight in Chicago. By utilizing this data from USPS, DOB would be able to help identify and confirm the occupancy status of properties more frequently and precisely. During our research, we found a figure as high as 10,000 residential vacant properties in DC, according to USPS. USPS categorizes the addresses with 2 statuses: vacant and no stat. Properties identified as vacant are considered vacant for 90 days or longer. No stat addresses are properties that may be under construction and not yet occupied, or may be under other circumstances. This system is particularly useful as it will help to distinguish which properties are truly vacant and those that are just temporarily unoccupied, which may need exemption under the current system. As this information is free, the suggestion is low cost and low effort. It's important for the city to keep an accurate and ever-evolving database. Before any additional programs are implemented, the city may need to review and improve the data collection methodology of vacant properties. The second suggestion is the adoption of a QR code program for the data accessibility of vacant properties, similar to Baltimore's FY21 program. This program requires all vacant properties to have a visible QR code placed on the building, which would be linked to DOB's database. Community members will have the ability to scan the QR codes via cell phone, which will allow them to access information such as owner's contact information, inspection records, and code violations. This program will help to increase public transparency and allow DOB to utilize community power in solving issues. This would empower the community by allowing them to directly contact owners concerning their plans for the properties, and with guidance from their ANC commissioner, help work out potential solutions to bring the properties back to productive use. DCRA already implemented a QR code system for their products, so the district could expand this infrastructure and create specialized codes for each vacant property. A similar program implemented in Baltimore was estimated at $39,000 for the first year. However, this cost could be potentially higher in DC due to the personalized QR codes for each vacant property. By utilizing USPS data and creating a QR code program for vacant properties, we think the city would take critical steps in mitigating their vacant and blight issues. Next, I will pass it to my colleague, Marquand Hamilton, to discuss more in depth our suggestions on community involvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Marquand Hamilton. I'm also one of the Masters of Public Policy students at American University that has been working with ANC Commissioner Chuck Elkins. Before I start, I wanted to address these following questions. Why is blight specifically increasing in marginalized communities, and why is there a lack of community involvement and efficient tracking? Statistics show that houses within a 150-foot radius of a vacant home experience an average net loss of approximately $8,000 for property value, which significantly impacts the community holistically. Demolishing a home can cost thousands while creating an eyesore within the community. This can also decrease property value lost by over $10,000. It can cost even more when considering upkeep, revitalization, and rehabilitation, or it can take more time to build within a time frame if sold to another property owner. We recommend that the new Department of Buildings implement advisory boards to foster community participation, better track blight within neighborhoods, and offer a cost-efficient way to act as a preemptive measure to catch blight. Specifically, neighborhood advisory boards can be composed of 10 to 15 community members, yet the number can change depending on the community's needs or number of vacant and blighted houses. Board members can include city or district officers and neighborhood volunteers. For example, in Atlanta, the citywide 13-member board is primarily composed of residents and representatives from the Office of Code Enforcement and Atlanta Solicitor's Office. Also, this board serves as another set of eyes for code enforcement. The Blight Advisory Board assesses vacant properties and recommends the best course of action to the Atlanta Solicitor's Office on whether to rehabilitate or demolish the properties in question. This can easily be replicated in the district, perhaps on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, starting with a pilot of 2 or 3 boards or advisory boards within a neighborhood, and adding metrics such as external property appearance, mailbox checks, and more. In addition, ANC commissioners can be involved by acting as board members within the committee. Board members can be volunteers, or a monetary incentive could be provided, such as a small stipend. However, we recommend that in correlation to the development of the advisory board, that there are at least 1 or 2 staff members within the Department of Buildings that oversee this potential pilot program. Adding these advisory staff members helps to facilitate program implementation, which includes monitoring, holding necessary training for assessing blight, and verifying data points. This program's cost includes payment of advisory boards, a potential stipend of board members, and the overall cost is determined by the payments for advisory staff member roles. From 1970 to 2010, Memphis experienced modest population growth, while its total land area expanded by approximately 35%, which research indicated contributed to its overall blight or vacancy rate. The city embedded cross-community advisory boards within its blight elimination charter to mitigate this issue. The city partnered with the Neighborhood Preservation Incorporation to create a charter that increases accountability for the city's vacant properties. Overall, it helped reduce costs related to increased contractual or governmentally hired inspectors who may lack the training or time to assess homes in the area properly. And I want to say thank you for your time. And now we pass it over to my colleague, Jacqueline Brogdon.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jacqueline Brogdon, and for my part in our research with AMC Commissioner Chuck Elkins, I looked at best practices in Detroit specifically for more long-term solutions in managing vacant and blighted properties. So when thinking long-term, DC may consider some higher investment policies and programs. Land banks and land trusts have proven successful in cities like Detroit and Cleveland, as well as here in DC, albeit on a smaller scale. Given the promise of these programs, which I'll discuss in more detail, it's worth considering hiring additional staff to explore these options. So for a bit of background, land banks and land trusts are entities that can take tax delinquent properties off the hands of a city, county, or state and help return them to the community for productive use. The core difference between these is funding. So a land bank is a government entity, and so it's funded as such. But one of the advantages of land banks is that when properties are technically still under government authority, cities can ensure that affordability and equity are prioritized. One notable land bank, the Detroit Land Bank Authority, for example, operates home counseling programs for first-time homeowners and discount programs for teachers, trade workers, and city workers. However, this would require a larger initial investment. A look at the Detroit Land Bank's 2014 budget reveals that they started with approximately $15 million in funding. And given that the district is slightly bigger in population than Detroit and it's 8 years later, we estimate that this may be done with an initial investment of $20 million, perhaps earmarked out of established DC housing programs. And then on the other hand, there are community land trusts and community development corporations, which play the same role of purchasing vacant and blighted properties and bringing them into productive use. But in this case, they're not government entities. They're nonprofit organizations that tend to place more emphasis on neighborhood revitalization. There's a few of these already here in DC, including the Douglas Community Land Trust, which has previously partnered with the city to redevelop DC's Langston and Slater schools into affordable housing. And the Department of Buildings may consider, as a less costly alternative, developing partnerships with these organizations and providing funding opportunities to them to manage the redevelopment of these properties. Both of these policy solutions are long-term and do require a larger upfront initial investment. And so one suggestion that we'd like to make in the short term is for the new Department of Buildings to hire an employer to further investigate land banks and land trusts. This may include connecting with some of the staff at the Detroit Land Bank Authority and the Douglas Community Land Trust here in DC. Assuming that these positions were filled as entry-level program support specialists with a salary of $65,000 plus benefits of approximately 30%, which is similar to that of current employees in the position, then first year costs would be approximately $200,000 for 2 employees to be hired. If at that point the department is interested in moving forward, a pilot could be established to test some of these strategies on a smaller scale with a dozen properties or so. Overall, we feel that it's important for the Department of Buildings to consider long-term solutions that will both reduce the number of vacant and blighted properties, as well as prevent properties from falling into vacancy and blight in the future. Thank you all for your time. And now Isabel Atkinson will present the last part of our research.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed council members. My name is Isabel Atkinson. Thank you for the opportunity to share our findings and how the budget for fiscal year 2023 could be optimized to support the efforts of the future Department of Buildings. My colleagues have thus far shared recommendations on data collection, increased staffing, neighborhood engagement, and community land banks and land trusts to reactivate vacant and blighted properties. We believe that these efforts can be further supported in a cost-effective manner through interdepartmental cooperation across DC's agencies. The district could look into piloting a cross-departmental task force to better manage vacant properties and to better support residents working to get through their properties back into compliance. In our review of current vacant property management practices, we found that cities dealing with comparable numbers of vacant homes like St. Louis, Toledo, Knoxville, Tennessee, rely on such cross-departmental working groups to establish better accountability for their ongoing programs. As an example, St. Louis's Vacancy Stat Committee brings together the Office of the Mayor and the directors of the Planning Department, the Department of Health, the Community Development Agency, and the Citizen Service Bureau. The members of vacancy stat there are tasked with analyzing the latest vacancy figures, coordinating their efforts across departments. In addition, the task force evaluates the overall quality of vacancy-related service delivery and holds each other accountable to the task force's objectives established in a formal MOU. A similar cross-departmental pilot program in the district could be budget neutral because of its reliance on the collective experience of existing staff, and even has the potential for revenue generation because it would help prevent costly errors that result from miscommunication and a relative lack of coordination. In addition to maximizing the impact of the existing program, cross-departmental coordination could result in more equitable outcomes for property owners. According to the Center for Community Progress, which is the nation's leading nonprofit conducting research and providing technical assistance on long-term property vacancy, owners experiencing persistent poverty or dealing with aging housing stock can sometimes face property maintenance challenges and legal issues that impact their ability to safely occupy their property. Better coordination across the district could connect these owners who are sometimes aging and unable to afford property management that would cause their property to go into an occupancy or blighted conditions. With the research, it would connect them with the resources that they need to get back into compliance. The pilot program could draw from existing resources like financial assistance for residential rehab, support provided by the district's community partners, legal aid services, and information on how to apply for exemptions. An effective partnership chaired by the future Department of Buildings could include agencies in the realm of housing rehab, social and legal services, aging in place, data collection, and public safety. This partnership could slow the occupied to vacant to blighted pipeline, giving the district a better handle on vacant properties using existing agency resources and personnel. We believe that the district could explore piloting a cross-departmental task force in order to improve coordination efforts to mitigate these properties. This is a cost-effective measure that can support the district's efforts to reactivate its neighborhoods while also creating more equitable outcomes for the people who want to call DC home. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. Next, we'll hear from Randy Speck, who's chair of ANC 34G.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. I'm testifying on behalf of my commission, which approved this testimony at its March 14th meeting. I am Randy Speck, the chair of that commission. I'm not going to go over my written testimony any more than I have to today because I think Commissioner Elkins and his team of graduate students were very impressive and presented some very important ideas, I think, on vacant and blighted properties. I'll just emphasize one other point, and that is DOB should have adequate staff to follow up on any exemptions granted when a property is vacant. Some property owners in our ANC have obtained serial construction permits and used that ruse to obtain an exemption from a vacant property classification. But DCRA conducted no subsequent investigations to see whether any construction was actually performed. DOB must regularly inspect properties with exemptions to be certain that they continue to qualify for an exemption. If DOB makes vacant and blighted property a priority, it will need more inspectors to catch owners who attempt to evade higher tax liability. DOB must not simply carry forward DCRA's vacant and blighted property approach. The council should insist that the new agency address this problem aggressively and that it has the required tools and staff to do it effectively. There's one other issue I would like to bring to your attention, and that is with regard to the removal and replacement of lead service lines. DCRA is a member of the lead service line task force that the council created to review DC Water's plan for replacing all 28,000 lead service lines in the district by 2030. I'm also on that task force. The task force's reports must include an account of opportunities for interagency coordination or cooperation to accelerate or improve the efficiency and cost effectiveness of lead service line replacements. DCRA's role in replacing lead service lines includes issuing permits for the replacement and inspecting of completed work on customers' property. In order for the program to run quickly and cost effectively, DOB will be required to issue permits promptly so that lead service lines can be replaced in an efficient block by block program. and inspections can be completed as soon as the work is done. Permits may be issued on a more generic basis and should not significantly increase DOB's workload. Inspections may be a bottleneck, however, if there are insufficient number of inspectors to maintain the required construction pace. DCRA currently uses both its own inspectors and third-party inspectors, which can be more costly. This new lead service line replacement program will substantially increase DOB's inspection workload and likely stretch its in-house resources. We ask the council to make sure that there's adequate funding in the budget to cover this very important part of DOB's future work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ian Moss. Is Ian Moss here?
Yeah, yes. Hello. Chairman Mendelson, thank you very much for having me today. I will deviate a bit from my written testimony. I've condensed it just in the interest of time, but I pick up on a theme that others, including the ANC commissioner who just spoke, touched on, and that's related to enforcement. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on an issue that is of great importance to me, to my neighborhood, and to the residents of the district. I have lived in the district for 14 years. I came to attend GW Law School, and after graduation, I began working for the federal government. In 2015, I used my VA home loan to purchase my first home in Ward 5 in the Carver-Langston neighborhood. While I welcome smart, equitable development that ensures space for all district residents, I'm also very concerned by what I have observed in my own neighborhood with the district's failure to enforce the law. The designation of our neighborhood as an opportunity zone has not just attracted development, but unfortunately has also attracted a litany of bad actors. These bad actors not only exploit current residents, but also take advantage of a regulatory and enforcement apparatus that they know is under-resourced, unable, and most disappointingly, seemingly uninterested in executing its mandate to enforce the building code. These bad actors know that they can simply create a labyrinth of limited liability companies to evade enforcement action and move on to the next real estate opportunity. For over 2 years, I have lived next door to one of these disastrous development projects, and across the alley from the debacle that my neighbor, who will speak momentarily, will tell you about, Mr. Robert O'Malley. The project next door to me, owned by 826 20th Street Northeast LLC, is one of many LLCs owned by the same two developers who set up LLCs to develop properties across the district. This project epitomizes the dysfunction and dangers resulting from the district building officials' failure to fully exercise their authority. The project has received over a dozen stop work orders and now sits rotting as a blighted nuisance that should be condemned. It is literally falling apart. I had to plead with DCRA to take emergency abatement action several months ago when large pieces of the building were falling off and endangering passersby. District building officials seemed fine to allow it to continue to waste and pose an increasing danger to health and safety in our community. Perhaps you're waiting for the upper floor to blow off in a storm, as was the case a few months ago with another defunct project only a block away. I take no happiness in calling out this incompetence. My opinion, based on dealing with the current leadership, is this: it has failed. Director Chopra ignores repeated emails and phone calls and is unengaged. Even when confronted at our ANC meetings, he makes hollow promises to engage, yet nothing happens. Chief Building Official Clarence Whitescarver and his deputy, Christopher Bailey, are no better and generally apathetic. Even the enforcement administrator, although seemingly well-intentioned, Mr. Keith Parsons, seems unable to make a meaningful difference. If the new Department of Buildings is going to accomplish the goals that the council has set for it, it needs to have new leadership and a cultural change. The Department of Buildings also must enforce authority already on the books. For example, why is it that developers like those that own the project next door to me can avoid consequences by simply setting up new LLCs with clean records? Why can developers like those next door to me owe the district more than $150,000 in arrears and property taxes and thousands more in unpaid fines and still be issued permits when there is a statute that requires the district to deny permits and licenses to anyone owing more than $100 in taxes? Why is it that developers like those next door to me, who are issued over a dozen stop work orders within a year, continue to be issued permits, including for projects when the district has a statute that gives the mayor authority to deny an applicant permits for a period of 3 years after receiving 5 or more stop work orders in a 12-month period. I appreciate your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you or your staff may have. I urge you to please come to our block and see what's happening. And Chairman Mendelson, I ask you in particular, please come to witness for yourself what is happening next door to me and in our neighborhood. Also, please speak with our ANC Commissioner, Sidell Moore, who has been a tireless and absolutely amazing advocate for our small member district, 5D05. Her support and advocacy has been much appreciated. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. I'm guessing you live next to 826 20th Street?
That is correct.
What's the address?
So my address is 828, but the address of the construction project is 826 20th Street Northeast. And it, frankly, again, embodies some of the concerns that have been raised by other panelists, to include misrepresentations about the status of the property, and steps to evade paying taxes, and the fact that someone can be 4 years and $150,000 in arrears and still, be in operation makes no sense. Chairman Mendelson, I believe you're muted.
That's at like 20th and G?
20th and H Northeast.
I'd be happy to come out and look. Why don't you send your contact information to my staff, Blaine Stum?
I absolutely will do that.
His email address would be bstum@dccouncil.us.
Okay, thank you very, very much.
So send your contact information. We'll see.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
I didn't call Mr. O'Malley because he's listed under Department of License Consumer Protection, but I understand he wants to testify here. So let me call him next, and then I won't call him later.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it was my administrative mistake. Thank you, and thank your staff for accommodating me. My name is Robert O'Malley. I'm a resident of the 5th Ward and an owner of a 6-unit condo building on 19th and H. I'm here today to discuss the challenges that the 5 other young first-time home buyers and myself have gone through since purchasing our newly redeveloped unit in fall of 2019, and to make a very simple request of the chairman and the committee. If you would indulge me for just the next few minutes, I think my story is similar to the ones you will hear for the next decade or so as the inaction of DCRA rears its ugly head, and it is directly applicable to the studies that you heard about earlier today. I'm living through the study that they just described. Now, after graduating and obtaining a dream job as a public servant for the federal government, I began saving for the biggest purchase of my life, my new home. Now, it was no easy task, as I'm sure you all know. And for me, it meant spending almost 2 years in inhospitable locations all across the globe, working, saving, grinding, and dreaming of that new home, all while living out of a suitcase with no real address. After saving enough to finally qualify for a loan, I would need to afford something that my then girlfriend, now wife, and I could enjoy. I poured every dime I saved into that down payment and signed the papers on a new construction on 19th in the fall of 2019. We enjoyed it for about the first month, until one night, not much different from last night, there was a typical DC thunderstorm, and it began to rain in our front bedroom. I don't mean a little water through the seals of the windows. I mean sopping wet drywall and drips coming down fast enough you could call it a shower. You can imagine the shock and frenzy that followed. I texted the homeowner chat only to find out that the unit next to me was having the same issues. We immediately called the developer and began a long, arduous, and basically fruitless attempt to remedy this and literally almost 100 other issues. At one point, I walked through the house with the developer, a tape measure, and the applicable DC code to show him several examples of code violations that he ended up fixing after we debated for hours on end. It seemed that every time we tried to address one issue, it raised 5 more. In fact, while I was sitting in the waiting room for this very hearing, my downstairs neighbor said there's a contractor here that has spotted at least 2 more serious code violations. Now, furthermore, we weren't treated with respect when we engaged. Often our requests were ignored or met with condescension and a brush off. We engaged in this back and forth in good faith and with high but ignorant hopes, because it was the process we needed to follow per the DC laws. After 2 years, several inspections, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars, dozens of quote unquote fixes that never really fixed anything, and even more money spent that frankly we don't have, we were able to successfully file a DHCD complaint in hopes of receiving a bond that the developer didn't even bother to pay until DHCD sent several warning letters and even threatened to bring in the Attorney General's office. Now, as an aside, DHCD staff, specifically Karen Sawyer and Terrence Laney, have been exceptional, compassionate, and helpful. Their professionalism has been a bright spot in a very dark ordeal. Even so, as of right now, we are waiting for DHCD's recommendation and only just beginning a very long process to finally, hopefully, receive the help we need to fix our building. While we wait, the building continues to rot, despite our best efforts to remediate the damages. Throughout the whole process, I called DCRA over a dozen times to see if there was anything they could do to help. I asked for a complete picture of the permits and inspections, but the certificate of occupancy and inspections just didn't add up. Now, I'm no construction expert, but just a cursory glance of the records that are on the public-facing website shows that there are several issues that need to be addressed. I raised these issues with DCRA several times and was told that they would help me figure it out. I'm still waiting for that help over a year later. Our latest inspection, which we made the developer aware of per the DC laws, had over 70 defects found, including serious water intrusion and foundation issues. The fact that just this weekend I had to pay another $2,000 that I do not have out of my pocket to make sure that we lived in a structurally sound, safe, quote unquote, new building, because we aren't sure that any of the documentation that was sufficient, that any of the documentation that is online is sufficient, is absolutely despicable. Now we are left with a quote of over $240,000 to fix all of the remaining issues. We have a pending bond claim for $163,000. That means if we're lucky, we still have to come out of pocket $80,000. Unless we spend even more money out of our own pockets to sue the developers. This was avoidable, this is shameful, and this should be criminal. Now, we were quite literally left out in the rain by the district and DCRA specifically. More broadly, every time I step foot out of my front door, I see it happening everywhere I look. Within 1 block radius of my front door, there are 111 units coming online, sir. Probably less now because the one on the corner, the top floor blew off a few months ago. That unit is called Melmar. It's a development where the illegally built top floor literally blew off. If you look out my back door, you see the decaying construction project on 826 20th Street that you heard about earlier. It has been stopped so many times that I lost count. That particular unit is memorable to me because it took me 5 months of calling DCRA every day until someone finally came out and cited the unlicensed contractors that were doing the work for a lack of porta potty. Now I knew they needed a porta potty because they were using my new fence as their urinal and bathroom door for months. My neighbor and friend Ian Moss shared his thoughts with you, and Councilman, I have the same ask. Now, I ask that you, not staff, but you come for a walk around the block with us, and you can see what we are living through. Now, I'm just the first amongst these new buildings in this area, but my story is not new and will become more and more frequent as more and more of these buildings show up without proper oversight. We can have a whole different discussion about the exploitation of this community by the developers on a different day. But sir, please come take a walk with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Malley. We'll work with Mr. Moss to schedule something. If he gets back to us today or tomorrow, I can come out this weekend and spend maybe an hour in the area.
That'd be very much appreciated, sir. Thank you.
So work with your friend, Mr. Moss, and he will work with us and we'll see if we can get it scheduled.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Janet Phoenix.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and let me apologize for the unfortunate typographical error in the spelling of your name in my testimony. I'm an assistant research professor at the Milken Institute School of Public Health at George Washington University. I chair the DC Asthma Coalition, and I'm a member of the executive committee of the DC Healthy Housing Collaborative. These coalitions have joined with the DC chapter of the NAACP to launch a campaign to reduce childhood lead exposure and childhood asthma in the District of Columbia. We prepared a list of recommendations that will officially be shared with your office at the launch of the campaign on next Tuesday. And I look forward to having conversations with your staff about those recommendations. And I'm going to talk just briefly about a few of those that have budget implications today. Our first recommendation is that there be a senior level public health staff person placed in the new Department of Buildings. So I want to underscore the recommendations that Children Law Center made earlier today, recommending that. This staff person could help to analyze data on housing code violations and the relationship of those violations to health conditions such as lead poisoning and asthma, and liaise with other agencies that hold critical information such as DOEE with their lead registry and health data on asthmatic children that could come out of DC Health or Children's National. We want health prioritized when properties are scheduled to be inspected, and that does not seem to happen now. It's a complaint-driven process, but there could be 10 or 15 people with health conditions in a building, and that should be a mechanism for prioritizing inspection and code enforcement that does not currently exist. We want to underscore the recommendations for improving inspection and code enforcement that were clearly outlined by previous testimony. We are also recommending that additional funding be channeled perhaps into the nuisance abatement fund as a way of providing a revenue base so that repairs can take place when landlords walk away because they've been cited for existing code violations. We think an annual report on housing code violations that correlates the violations with properties where sick children reside, who've been exposed to lead, or who have asthmatic conditions that are related to their housing, could really inform the work of the new Department of Buildings. And so I would strongly recommend that. And then my last recommendation is not included in my written testimony, but grew out of a meeting I had with a senior staff person from one of the other council committees who suggested that interagency coordination lies at the heart of a lot of what we're recommending to be able to adequately address housing conditions that poison children with lead or exacerbate their asthma. She said it's very difficult for these interagency solutions to be enacted by a single committee, but that some mechanism like a sense of the whole would be something that we should explore. And so I'd like to raise that as a possible course of action, something that could be accomplished in a shorter time frame than the memorandums of understanding that are needed between these agencies, and something that the council could undertake that would facilitate these informal mechanisms of cooperation until the MOUs can be enacted. Thank you very much. I look forward to talking with your staff further.
Thank you, Dr. Phoenix. Liz DeBarros, who's with the DC Building Industry Association. You are muted if you're talking.
That helps. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. My name is Liz DeBarros. I am the interim Chief Executive Officer of the District of Columbia Building Industry Association. I am also a longtime resident of Ward 7. DCBIA is the leading voice of real estate development in the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on FY 2023 budget for the Department of Buildings, whose functions are currently located within DCRA. DCBIA and our members work closely with DCRA leadership on a regular basis. It is critical to the entire district that DCRA functioned properly. With a current budget of more than 90 million and more than 500 FTEs, it is one of the largest single agencies responsible for economic development. When DCRA carries out its mission, DC residents and businesses generate tax revenue for the city, create jobs, and enjoy the benefits of a safe and vibrant built environment. The focus of my testimony today, which I'm shortening a bit, is to ask the council to ensure that DCRA's current functions are resourced through the budgets that you will adopt for the new Department of Buildings and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. As you know, DCBI strongly opposed separating DCRA's functions into two new agencies. We cautioned it will simply transfer the same long-standing problems from one agency to another. Nonetheless, the council made the decision to proceed with breaking up the agency. As a result, on October 1st, DCRA will no longer exist, and the Department of Buildings and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection will assume its functions. We ask that the council take a hard look at whether there are adequate operating dollars and FTEs to maintain the current levels of service and to carry out all of DCRA's functions. This means not just the number of FTEs, but the people and positions filling them. Further, the agencies need sufficient personnel to continue DCRA's responsibilities to coordinate with other agencies on economic development projects. These include longstanding relationships with OTR and real property transactions and DOE and DDOT on permitting, as well as new obligations, such as working with DOE on electric vehicle infrastructure. We urge the council to include plans to ensure continuity and coordination of these key agencies with overlapping responsibilities. Additionally, even the most carefully orchestrated, well-intentioned formation of an entirely new government agency is going to have challenges with resources and resource allocation. If it is not adequately supported by the council, a new agency must look to itself to raise revenue. DCRA and its successor agencies are in a position to raise money for themselves, such as through its various special purpose funds and fees for service. These include expedited permitting program and Tertius, which is now the exclusive mechanism for hiring third-party inspectors and special inspectors while charging a 10% fee. Agency fee generation is filled with a litany of problems and conflicts. The council should be clear on how these new agencies are going to be funded and reduce mechanisms that would create fee generation without clear efficiencies for those who are required to pay them. DCBI and our members, just like you, want to ensure the transition goes smoothly. We thank Director Chopra for inviting DCBI to participate in a working group he's establishing to support the transition. We are eager to participate in it. It is paramount that the council use the FY23 budget oversight process to establish an effective and efficient new agencies that the council intended and will be fully functioning when they go live in FY2023. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Taveros. And I believe Rebecca Miller, who's the last on this list for this agency, is not here. I do have a few questions. Commissioner Elkins, I have to say, it took my breath away when you suggested that the vacant and blighted building property program go from 3 inspectors to 22.
Yes, sir. This was based, I realize that's a large number. What we were trying, you had asked in the oversight hearing for some ideas about how much to increase the inspectors. And so that's why I asked the grad students to take a look at what other cities were doing. And that 22 added to the 3 that are now inspectors equals the 25 that was testified by earlier. I think ideally the number of inspectors should be based on the number of vacant properties that have to be inspected. But you know that we don't know how many vacant properties there are in DC. DCRA, I believe, thinks there are about 3,000 or this. I think we know there are a lot more than that based on just the testimony you've had in a number of hearings. And now we have the post office reporting there are about 10,000. So I don't know what the right number is, but once we know how many vacant properties there are, then I think the council can be fairly confident about how many inspectors to have. we certainly need a lot more now, and just using the ballpark from the other cities, it looks like we need something like 25.
Well, I'm going to have to think about this some more. As you know, I spent last spring looking at a fair number of vacant properties, and maybe I need to do a back of the envelope calculation, but I think if I spend a day, I could probably look at, of course, if I was staying in the same ward and not going across the city, I might be able to look at 20 properties. The thing about vacant properties is either they're put back into use or they remain vacant. There's not a lot to inspect other than whether they're occupied or empty, and then whether they're vacant or blighted.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I might, there also is the need to look at what abatement or mitigation efforts need to be taken at that property to keep it from being a nuisance while it's vacant. And this has not been emphasized as much by DCRA as I think the neighborhoods would appreciate. So I would just add that, but I do agree with you that it's hard to calculate how many we need, but we certainly need more than the 3 that we have now.
Well, there are also some efficiencies that could be obtained by just the department being better about its decisions. I'm thinking of some of the properties that were identified by the auditor in her 2017 report, where the inspector would identify it as vacant and then be overruled by the supervisor, and then a few months later be called back out to the property because somebody complained it was vacant, and then classified as vacant. And some of these properties have gone back and forth and back and forth. And if DCRA was more committed to its determinations, it wouldn't have to be revisiting the same property multiple times. And a vacant property doesn't really need to be inspected other than a drive-by maybe twice a year once it's determined to be vacant. I get what you're saying about remediation or efforts to deal with the nuisance, but we're not even classifying them as vacant. It seems to me that's the threshold issue, just saying. But at any rate, I will, I'll do some back of the envelope calculation here. I do want to thank you for reaching out to the students and getting their input as well. There were some very useful suggestions there.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add, we do have these 10,000 properties, 7,000 more than I believe than DCRA has identified. And
right.
I think during the first year or two, we ought to get inspectors out in first year, really, to get inspectors out to those 7,000 additional properties and try to see whether they need to be on the list. So it may well be that what we need the new department to do is to really do once they get their list together better, to do a study on how they can efficiently inspect these properties. And if it turns out the council has given them too many inspectors, I suspect that we may need them in the tenant enforcement program as well. So
that's true. Give me a second here. I have a question for Ms. Garrett, Nia Garrett.
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Tell me more about the Postal Service resource.
Yes, of course. So the Postal Service, through their mail carriers, they'll collect data on different addresses, both residential and commercial, both in urban and rural areas. And as I mentioned in my testimony, they'll classify them into different statuses. And so the Postal Service will feed this information to HUD on a quarterly basis. and government entities can request HUD to access this data for research purposes along the lines of just tracking patterns of blight or understanding the ever-changing nature of a neighborhood or city. And so this resource is free if you are a government agency or academic or researcher. And this usually updates every quarter.
So being a student, you are an academic and therefore you were able to access this information?
No, let me clarify that. Academic agencies such as DePaul University, so not an individual, but more so like a greater entity.
Okay. So were you able to look at the USPS data for the district, or how did you come up with 10,000?
Yes, there was some information available online that quoted a figure for DC based on, I believe, FY21.
And that's where you saw I guess there was testimony that there was different figures, but as high as 10,000?
Yes. So in reference to that, it was geared towards DCRA, as Chuck mentioned, noted that there are 3,000 vacant properties, but according to USPS, we saw the figure as 10,000. So it was alluding to that differentiation between the two numbers.
What's the advantage of the QR code? I believe you talked about that in your testimony.
Yes, this was actually implemented in Baltimore last year. And so the advantages of the QR code is that community members can actually, if there are vacant properties that are of concern in their communities, in their neighborhoods, community members can actually get the information along as it's stored in the city's database to understand the history of this property, and also reach out directly to owners because it would contain the owner's information. And so ideally, it would allow community members to, instead of relying on DCRA or the Department of Buildings, actually reach out to actively solve the issue of the vacant property to see why the owner has left the property vacant or allowed it to become blighted, and see if they can work towards a solution. So it will help with public transparency in dealing with these vacant issues, and also allow the community members to actually take some power into their own hands.
So it's sort of like shining a spotlight on the property, not literally, or maybe not so much on the property, but the community has access to more information, and therefore the property owner is more exposed. I think I'll put it that way.
Correct.
I had one question for Miss Christie. Annette Christie, you looked at some other cities. I can't tell because I'm looking quickly. Was Rochester or San Antonio?
Yes.
To make a comparison? Say more about that.
We looked at Rochester. We also looked at San Antonio. And so there was a report available online. We're happy to send you any of our resources. But basically, an algorithm was put together. And this algorithm was done by an outside entity that looks at blight and vacancies nationally. And like I said, we're happy to send you these resources for your own. But basically, the algorithm calculates. So based off of the total units, housing units in a city, they then use that number to divide and find out the number of recommended inspectors. So we wanted to err on the side of being conservative because we know that we are asking from an increase from 3 to 25 inspectors. So Toledo does 1 inspector for every 1,300 housing units. And so that's how we use that. But in DC, there are more housing units than in Toledo. And so there's currently 300,000 housing units in DC. And so if we were erred on the side of being conservative, we could just do the 1,300, one for every 1,300 housing units to get to that number of 25. But the study, like I said, was done by an outside provider that really aims to help with blight and vacancies.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Mr. Elkins, thank you for reaching out to the to broaden your research capacity. This is very very helpful.
Mr. Chairman, American University grad students have worked with ANC 3D on a number of projects, and I too am very thankful for the work that they did.
I think I had a question for Ms. Zeisel. Is she still here?
Yes.
It was a while ago that you testified, so I have to kind of remember. There are advantages to calling 14 witnesses at a time and there are disadvantages. So one of your recommendations was open data reporting.
Yes.
You recommend, is it, I'm trying to remember, quarterly reporting? So we stand the agency up and beginning December 31st?
There were two. I'm sorry. Yes, there are two pieces of it. It could be just a written report to the council, or it could be to and the roundtable formatting that you've somewhat done. But we had in my written response a sort of a list of what could be KPIs, or if the agency doesn't adopt it as KPIs, just data reporting around actual outcomes. I think one of the challenges that we've had with DCRA is, they have this dashboard up, but they don't necessarily have all of the relevant data in the public dashboard. And it's been very hard to tell. For instance, enforcement used to be on their dashboard and it's not anymore in terms of fines collected. You can see individual landlords, but it's impossible to go through and aggregate that in any meaningful way. And you can't download off of that except for in a PDF. So it's not really possible to get any meaningful data off of it. So that recommendation was two parts. One was a report to the council quarterly on these data points so that it can be monitored and see what's actually going on, rather than waiting until the annual report that's required in the legislation. And the second part is New York City has open source data that their agencies just report through an online data source that actually has the similar reporting that researchers or anybody can go in and actually see these same kinds of KPIs or data reporting. You can go in and run these searches just online through their open access data reporting. In theory, we sort of have that, but because it's so limited what's actually released through the current website, it essentially, like, you can't get much of the data out of it because it's very, very limited what's actually put up, so that you can only see certain outcomes that the agency chooses to release in the current format. So if we have these reporting requirements to the council, but also actually have real public data available, that would be very beneficial in being able to monitor what's actually happening within the agency.
So I'm taking out of this 3 recommendations. One is quarterly reporting. And I don't know whether this was my own thinking or you suggested it doesn't have to be for in perpetuity, but for at least the next few years as the agency gets off the ground. The second aspect was that the report be given to the council, which then is a public document. But the third is to have it online, and what I'm hearing from what you're saying, so that then you can work with the data to answer different questions.
That's right. We've been using that kind of data for all sorts of mapping and public health research. And so being able to have it in a way that's actually accessible would be very beneficial.
I'm hesitating here. I don't really have a question on this. I think your recommendation, and my guess is you probably talked to the legal aid folks, is that there should be, for starters, 75 housing sectors.
Yeah.
And I think what you said, or maybe it was legal aid said, was that that seemed to be sort of somewhere between what, 50 and 90?
Yes, we looked at a number of other cities and kind of looked at the ratios of sort of what everyone was telling us what the gold standard was, and then sort of where we are, which is at the very low end of sort of the ratio of housing inspectors to rental housing. And we went up, sort of more in the, not all the way up to the gold standard, which is where, you know, a fully funded, where Rochester had been. I know that's where they also looked in the vacant properties that you were just talking about, and went more to 75, which I think would give us an adequate amount of inspectors in proactive and complaint-based to be able to do both the inspections and re-inspections that we need to actually have effective enforcement. And there's some more details in my written testimony that give you some of the research of the cities that we looked at with some of the ratios that we looked at.
That's helpful. So you would call Rochester the gold standard?
That's what, whenever we talk to other housing folks, that's where they told us had done really effective housing reform. Now, when we actually talked on the phone to Rochester, they let us know that due to budget cuts, they didn't have as many inspectors as they'd had a few years ago, and kind of gave us both of those numbers. But they've done a lot of reform with their law and actually how they carry out housing code inspections. So whenever we talk to other cities, they're like, but have you talked to Rochester? So that's where everyone kept redirecting us.
But if I went to Rochester, would I be blown away with their housing?
I don't know. That's what everyone's been telling us, that their system is working really well. And in terms of the enforcement, both Rochester and what Syracuse said when we talked to them is their enforcement's going so well, they had to set up a system like what we have for parking tickets, where there's a separate enforcement administrative office, because their office of administrative, the equivalent of what our office of administrative hearings was so overwhelmed by the number of enforcement cases they were bringing, they sort of set up a separate administrative adjudication process because they needed to adjudicate them quickly to be able to keep their enforcement process going through efficiently.
Okay.
And as a result, they just kind of, they treat it really well. And they also are community based. So their inspectors, I mean, with the effect of ours being ward based, so that they're actually in the community and tenants know them and landlords know them, and they kind of are really in the community out there and know how to talk to people. And people come to them and talk to them about safety concerns that they have. So they're able to kind of avert some of the things that we've had tragedies that have happened in DC because people are coming on talking to them.
Well, are you describing style or deployment when you say community-based?
It's a little bit of both. They've described that they've actually, they're training, they're having a really big focus on hiring people who are sometimes from the communities of where they're looking to place them. And then they also are assigning them, rather than having them centrally assigned, they're assigned to certain parts of the city. And that's where they always do their inspection. So it's deployment there also, but they're focusing on hiring people who, you know, if they know they're going to be deployed to a particular part of the city, that they're trying to hire people that would be from that community also. So they have the qualifications, but also from the community, or potentially hiring community outreach folks that go along with the inspectors in order to be effective in that community.
I'm making a note. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for any of you. This testimony has been very helpful. Again, thank you. I'm going to turn to the witness. So you all are excused. I'm going to turn to the witnesses who signed up for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. And we've got 14 there. We will let them all in. At the conclusion, we will turn to Mr. Charapa, who's testifying regarding both agencies. So Felicia Dantzler, who's president of AFSCME Local 2743, Michelle Long, Alex Casper, who's with the American Lung Association, Jocelyn Collins, who's with the American Cancer Society, Charles Debnam, I'll repeat that, Charles Debnam, DC Tobacco Free Coalition, Tambra Stevenson, who's with the DC chapter of the NAACP, Elena Seligman, Joanna Ruff, Catherine Bean, David Rivera, Charlotte Perry, who's with Charlotte's Web LLC, Linda Green, who's with Anacostia Organics, Yvette Alexander, who's a consultant to the DC Cannabis Trade Association, and David Grasso, who's a partner at Errant Fox Schiff. Let's begin with Ms. Dantzler, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mendelson and committee. My name is Felicia Dantzler. I am the president of ASME Local 2743, and I represent over 100 members at DCRA. I have submitted my written testimony, so I'm going to shorten it for time purposes. Labor is here to, at DCRA, I have members who serve in roles as board administrators, program support specialists, business licensing specialists, and program analysts, just to name a few. Labor is here to request that the agency allot money to obtain the proper equipment needed to process applications, overtime money, and money for step increases based off annual evaluations. So my members do not have the proper equipment needed to process applications, and my members process 12 different types of applications for anyone interested in conducting business in the district. So I've listed in my written testimony, you'll see those 12 types of licenses, but just to name a few, anyone who wants to become a barber or cosmetologist or a real estate agent or a special police officer. So what my members have been enduring is that applicants will submit their application, and the system, all it can do is accept payment and process. So it does not allow the members to, it does not allow the applicant to upload any supporting documentation. And sometimes with those documentation, they need to submit their fingerprints or background check or any other licenses that they need. So they'll send that information to a separate inbox. So that inbox supportive documents can tick anywhere upwards of 5,000 emails or more. So the system also currently does not allow the applicant to start an application and then stop. So for instance, if they're starting on their application and they get interrupted, then when they come back to complete the application, they're unable to do so. So the applicant has to start anew. And by doing that, the applicant one applicant could have upwards of five applications. So my member has to do all of this by hand. The system that the agency had in place, PSI, was the software company that was used to process applications. And with that process, many applicants can get through the process of completion to a job. Without having PSI in place, now by hand, my members have to do all of this by hand. And so one application to process can take up to 3 days to process one application. And so this has caused a lot of discord, some discomfort, angst with my members. In my written testimony, you will see for the licensing division, I have lost over 22 members through attrition or through separation or they just resign. And because of the exodus of employees, the employees left behind are tasked with taking on more work without additional pay. My members are professionals and want to see this agency meet its goals, and the director states in staff meetings that goals are being met. However, at the cost of my members' mental stability, the disregard to the members' home life balance, and managers capitalizing on employees' fear of retribution if they turn down an assignment because of these bullying tactics. This agency obtains its goals. When it comes to financial compensation, my members resort to filing grievances to obtain pay that they earn. Inflation is here, rents are high, groceries are high, gas is high, childcare must be paid along with college tuitions. My members should not have to grovel, play nice, kiss no one's behind, or even shut up to get the pay each have earned. Dignity and respect of employees should be a priority at the agency. If not for the contract required, many of my members would not receive a pay increase. So labor is asking this committee to allot $400,000 in pay increases associated with annual performance ratings of a score of a 4 or a 5. And labor is also requesting that this agency allot $500,000 in overtime monies. I want to take a little bit more time and just say that my members deserve much more than what they've been getting. I know this committee has been focused on the construction side of this, but the human capital at this agency needs to be addressed. We know that there's a pay gap with women making money. 78% of my members are females, with only 2% making more money than their male counterparts. We need the money and we need the support from this agency. And I am open for any questions, comments, or concerns that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dancer. Michelle Long. I'm told Michelle Long is not here.
Oh, wait, hold up.
And she'll be followed by Alex Casper. Ms. Long?
Hello, I'm Michelle Long. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Michelle Long, and I'm a Ward 5 resident testifying in support of funding DC's flavored tobacco ban law. This law was passed by the Council in June of 2021 and bans the sale of flavored tobacco products in DC, products that the tobacco industry uses to prey on young people and lure them into what is for many a lifelong smoking habit. My passion is personal. My dad smoked and subsequently died from lung cancer at the age of just 52 when I was in my mid-20s. By his account, he started smoking when he was a teenager, around just 15 years old. Despite his repeated attempts to quit in adulthood, he was hooked and was never able to quit smoking before he was taken from me, my mom, and my younger sister a week before Christmas in 2010. It's been more than a decade since we lost him, but there is hardly a day that goes by that we don't think about him, about getting that phone call that he had been diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, about spending those last few days with him in the hospital hoping for a miracle, about calling his hairdresser and asking her to make a special visit to the hospital because he didn't want to die not looking his best, about being woken up by the nurse in the wee hours of the morning, telling us that it was time to say goodbye, and about the aching pain his death would cause us for years to come. While I don't know what type of cigarettes he started smoking when he was a teenager, I do know that the scientific evidence today is clear, consistent, and time-tested. Flavored nicotine products can make them more appealing to young people, and the majority of adult smokers begin smoking by the time they're just 18 years old. While my dad's age at the time of his diagnosis and death is somewhat unusual, what is not unusual is the devastation that this kind of loss continues to cause, not just for me and my family, but also for so many other families. From the emotional trauma of having to grapple with my dad's death only 5 months after he was diagnosed, to my mom having to take on a second full-time job in order to make ends meet, only to have to sell their house a couple of years later because she could not afford the payments, to graduations, a wedding, and so many other momentous life events that he could not be there to celebrate. It is clear that this law can help save so many lives and can help so many families avoid such a preventable tragedy. I thank the DC Council for passing this important law and respectfully ask for your continued support to fund it in order to protect the health and well-being of families for generations to come. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Alex Casper, followed by Jocelyn Collins. Ms. Casper.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments. My name is Alex Casper, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association. The Lung Association is a member of a broad coalition, including over 75 organizations, both locally and nationally, including our colleagues at the American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network, who you'll hear from next, the American Heart Association, and Tobacco Free Kids, who are urging the council to preserve funding allocated in the mayor's proposed budget for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection for implementation and enforcement of the Flavored Tobacco Product Prohibition Amendment Act of 2021 throughout the budget process. In data from the 2021 National Tobacco Youth Survey, e-cigarette use among high school and middle school students continue to show epidemic levels, with more than 2 million high school and middle school students using e-cigarettes. The American Lung Association is particularly alarmed at the frequency of use by teens. 43.6% of high school students are vaping regularly, and more than 1 in 4 are vaping daily. In the district, 13% of high school students are using electronic smoking devices. The tobacco industry has continued to target youth users with the marketing of flavored tobacco products, which makes them appealing to youth, and many of them not realizing these products contain nicotine. The report shows us that 85% of youth use flavored e-cigarettes. Tobacco remains the leading cause of preventable death in the United States, killing an estimated 480,000 Americans each year and over 800 district residents, disproportionately impacting our communities of color. Both tobacco rates and tobacco-related cancer mortality in the district are significantly higher among African Americans. Big Tobacco has invested heavily in the marketing of flavored tobacco products to the African American community, particularly youth, leading to 7 out of 10 African American youth smokers using menthol cigarettes. In June, the council took a bold step by passing the Flavored Tobacco Product Prohibition Amendment Act of 2021, which will remove all flavored tobacco products from the market in the district, putting the health and well-being of district residents over big tobacco. The Lung Association applauds this commitment, and now we need to follow through. The law indicates the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection is the agency responsible for overseeing the implementation and enforcement. Therefore, they need adequate funding to do so. The funding is the critical component, as removing flavored tobacco products within the district is an important public health step to reduce youth initiation of smoking. We applaud Mayor Bowser for including this important funding in her proposed budget and encourage the committee to support the committee and the council to support it as written. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments and your continued support and commitment to the health and well-being of district residents.
Thank you, Ms. Casper. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you would provide that, please.
Absolutely.
Jocelyn Collins.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Jocelyn Collins, and I am the Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, better known as ACS-CAN. I am also here representing the Flavor Hooks Kids Coalition, a broad coalition encompassed of locally based organizations in the district and national-based health organizations. As my colleagues mentioned earlier, last year, the council passed the Flavored Tobacco Product Prohibition Amendment Act of 2021 to end the sale of kid-friendly flavored tobacco products. And Mayor Bowser signed into law this historic public health legislation. This was, again, truly historic action to protect kids from tobacco addiction, advance health equity, and save lives. And it will help end the tobacco industry's predatory targeting of Black and Brown communities with menthol cigarettes, a form of institutional racism that has taken a devastating toll on Black lives and health in the district. As we know, while all district residents should be entitled to live healthy lives, Big Tobacco continually works to slam the door on this opportunity with targeted marketing, especially in the district's Black neighborhoods, such as Ward 7 and 8, where there are roughly 10 times more tobacco ads than other neighborhoods. As you know, last week, Mayor Bowser put funding in the budget for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection for implementation and enforcement of the Flavored Tobacco Product Prohibition Amendment Act of 2021. We call on the council to protect this funding throughout the budget process, as it is vital to improving the health outcomes in the district. This year, 370 district residents will be diagnosed with lung and bronchus cancer, and 150 residents will ultimately die from these cancers this year. We must do everything we can to prevent the next generation from ending up on this list. Again, we ask you to protect funding throughout the budget process for this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. And I also don't have a copy of your statement. If you would provide it, please.
We will get over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Debnam. You are on mute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of funding of the menthol ban legislation. I am Charles Debnam. I'm with the DC Tobacco Free Coalition. DCTFC works to improve the health of the District of Columbia residents by decreasing the morbidity and mortality associated with tobacco use and exposure through education, public policy, and advocacy using culturally and linguistically competent approaches. I'm also the Deputy CEO for the Community Wellness Alliance and the DC representative for the African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council. And lastly, I'm a resident of Ward 7. The harm caused by menthol cigarettes is devastating. Cigarettes are the only product that, if used as intended, will kill. Each year, more than 800 adults over 35 years old die in the District of Columbia because of tobacco-related illnesses and diseases. DCTFC urges the Committee of the Whole to fully fund the district's menthol ban legislation as outlined clearly in Mayor Bowser's fiscal 23 budget. The overall tobacco use prevalence in the district is at 12.7%, but among African-American smokers, it is at 20.4%. In addition to significant long-term health risks caused by tobacco use, cigarettes and e-cigarette products have caused over 2,000 lung injuries to individuals in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. DC Flavor's tobacco law is the civil rights and social justice issue. I began smoking at a really young age, and my flavor of choice was menthol. Luckily, I was able to quit and stay quit now over 30 years. Big Tobacco has and continues to invest heavily in the marketing of flavored tobacco products to the African American community, particularly African American youth, since the 1950s. So funding this bill will give the district an opportunity to reduce the smoking rate among African Americans well below 12% and make a significant impact on driving down the millions of dollars spent on the annual healthcare expenditures caused by tobacco in the district. The health consequences of smoking are numerous, including premature deaths, heart attacks, lung cancer, diabetes, chronic obstruction pulmonary disease, asthma attacks, and other health problems. I thank you for your continued commitment and unwavering support.
Thank you, Mr. Debnam. I do have your statement, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Tambra Stevenson.
Hello, I'm here. I do want to acknowledge that my written testimony will be submitted after my oral testimony.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So greetings, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the Office of Planning and the Department of License and Consumer Protection. My name is Tambra Ray Stevenson. I'm the health chair of the NAACP DC branch and also the founder of WANDA, Women Advancing Nutrition, Dietetics, and Agriculture, and a proud Ward 8 resident and a mom of 2 middle schoolers that this particular piece of legislation and budget opportunity can address that we're putting forward. But first, I want to just share a little bit about NAACP. For more than 112 years, we have been a champion of fighting racial justice and equity as the largest national civil rights organization. And we have a mission to ensure that the political, educational, social, and economic empowerment of African Americans are intact, and that we eliminate racial hatred and discrimination. Our branch here in DC represents more than 20,000 members and stakeholders and partners that are voting residents, and we are across all 8 wards. And since 1913, the DC branch has led historic fights advocating for the political, economic, and cultural empowerment of African Americans here in the district. And in 1914, our early members have rallied over 10,000 people protesting segregation, equality, and police brutality against children, women, and men. And so today, we are continuing that fight as we are part of the DC Tobacco Coalition. The NAACP advocates in support of protecting the funding of the DC flavored tobacco law. DC is in the midst of a syndemic, a double public health crisis that we are working to emerge from this current COVID-19 public health epidemic, while at the same time addressing the self-medicating of flavored e-cigarettes in our own communities. Reported by federal agencies such as FDA, CDC, our youth are using these products more than 20 days in a month. And some of the youth are using a pod a day, which is the equivalent to a pack a day. And inhaling a higher concentration of nicotine in the pods creates an addicted consumer. And smoking 5 pods in a week calculates to more than $1,000 annually spent per youth. So hooking our vulnerable youth early creates a lifetime consumers to big tobacco, to a product that creates and only exacerbates the overwhelming looming health disparities in our communities. In our community east of the river, we're already impacted by drug addiction. We need to plant hope and not dope in our communities. Last November, Attorney General Carl Racine announced the lawsuit on behalf of DC government against Juul. And we are grateful for that effort and for the Mayor Bowser of including funding in her budget to help move this goalpost forward. So we want—
Your time is up. So if you could conclude.
Yes, so we are wanting to ensure that we request funding in the budget for the flavored tobacco law to be empowered by the agency, licensed consumer and protection to expand services and protections. And I will submit the rest of the written testimony for consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Elena Seligman.
Hello. All right, I'll go ahead. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about an issue of great concern to my family. My name is Elena Seligman. My husband and I are proud Ward 2 residents, voters, and parents to an 8-month-old. We are also members of the Washington, D.C. Host Club, a group of D.C. resident Airbnb hosts. Together, we urge council to extend the registration deadline for hosts so that hosts may have sufficient time to obtain a license under the Short-Term Rental Regulation Act. DCRA published a Notice of Final Rulemaking, Volume 68, Number 49 of the DC Register on December 3rd, 2021. On January 10th of this year, a license portal was made available to the public, and DCRA announced a stated enforcement date of April 10th, leaving just 3 months for thousands of hosts to get into compliance before penalties would begin to be assessed. Short-term rental hosts make a substantial financial contribution to DC, not only to the amount of taxes collected by the city, but to the businesses that operate within the district. In 2021, Airbnb collected and remitted more than $10 million in taxes for its short-term rental hosts operating within the district. A fact that should be concerning is that a city with thousands of hosts has only 119 approved vacation rental licenses and 520 short-term rental licenses as of February 24th, 2022, per a DCRA FOIA that my husband filed. Beyond these numbers, hosts continue to struggle with administrative issues such as obtaining the Clean Hands certificate or finding their address in the OTR database. Many hosts are even finding that previously issued Clean Hands certificates are now being invalidated, leaving hosts in lurch for weeks while they attempt to get their situation sorted with OTR before submitting their application to DCRA. As hosts who love our city, we take pride in sharing our home with visitors and in turn sending our guests to our favorite local businesses. Hosts across all of the district are uniquely positioned to aid the district's economic recovery as the city opens back up to visitors. The additional revenue collected by the family-owned and operated markets, delis, and burger joints is important to the neighborhood businesses proprietors as well as the overall health of the local economy. I can personally attest that when my family travels, Airbnb or other short-term rentals offer me a greater peace of mind when it comes to COVID. My family can avoid unnecessary exposure in an Airbnb. As DC businesses open back up, those families, especially young ones like mine, will be looking for short-term listings to book their visit to DC. With such a decline in the number of hosts and available listings, enforcing the April 10th registration deadline will be a great hindrance to our collective recovery. Short-term rentals are not only vital to the DC economy, but to residents, hosts, and visitors alike, a responsibility hosts take very seriously. Accordingly, we urge the council to extend the registration deadline so that short-term rental hosts can obtain the proper license from DCRA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seligman. Joanna Ruff.
Hello, my name's Jojo Roof. I've lived and worked in DC for the last 18 years. And 4.5 years ago, I bought a house in Manor Park, and I am currently a voter in Ward 4. And shortly after moving into my row home in 2017, I began renting out my basement 1-bedroom via Airbnb to help pay my mortgage. I'm here today to urge the council to extend the registration deadline for short-term rental operators. The short-term rental application process has been riddled with difficulties and technical problems, and extending the deadline would allow hosts like me, hosts who rely on that rental income and who help to bring an economic boost to the community, time to comply with the new regulations. Over the past 4 years, the extra income from my Airbnb rental has helped me immensely in paying my bills and saving money to make improvements to my home. I have a bulletin board of recommendations for my guests, local DC treasures, to show them parts of DC that aren't in most guidebooks. I point them to Call Your Mother Bagels and Donut Run, theaters like Woolly Mammoth, the new coffee shop that just opened blocks from my home. Airbnb hosts like me help to drive the thriving DC economy, particularly in neighborhoods with very few hotels where tourists may not think to stay were it not for Airbnb. Hosts like me are extending tourism throughout the city so that all 9 wards receive positive economic impact. I understand the need for short-term rental license and began the process to apply in the middle of January. At first glance, the list of items, only 8 steps, are seemingly simple. However, each step actually has sub-steps not listed, and there will require items that are not listed anywhere at all. I have an MBA and my husband is a lawyer. We are reasonably educated individuals and collectively have spent well over 40 hours trying to navigate the system and obtain a short-term rental license. I'm currently on my final step, waiting a clean hand certificate, which is being denied to me not because I owe money, not because I didn't file documents on time, but because DC has lost my records. This means that although I filed my D30 forms correctly and on time every single year, although DC deposited my $250 payment on time every single year, although I did everything right, I will be shut out of hosting via Airbnb starting April 10th until DC catches up to this technical problem and fixes their mistake. I am booked solid through August, and as of right now, I will be unable to honor the more than 30 guests who are planning to visit the city. Although this process has been challenging and confusing, I've had the ability to call the Office of Tax and Revenue, which I have done 5 times, in the middle of the afternoon to ask for help, to coordinate a home inspection during the workday, to wade through the various instructions in order to be compliant. There are many DC residents who don't have the same flexibility and who are more reliant on this income than I am, and who are also now not going to be able to receive short-term rental licenses because of technical issues and unnecessary complications. I'm not asking the DC Council to waive the requirement. I'm simply respectfully asking the DC Council to give fellow hosts like me, who have worked hard and diligently within the system, more time to comply with these new rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roof. Catherine Bean.
I am happy at the opportunity to talk to you about my concerns about the DCSTR license. I am a deaf mom to a 6-month-old infant. We live in Ward 5 where I completed my education at Gallaudet University and where my partner and I after perseverance were able to buy our first home. It was that supplemental income from my Airbnb that helped me to pay for higher education, afford housing, save for a down payment on my first house, and to essentially start my family. To be clear, I support regulation but not in its current form. The license harms families like mine and even small businesses. I urge the Council to delay implementation until there is a fix on the homestead exemption and an allowance for non-residents to host from one property. When I was a full-time student, I had to rent a house with 10 other roommates to afford rent. Over time, I developed a working relationship with my landlord and he allowed my partner and me to Airbnb another room in the house where we resided. During this time, I had 2 jobs as an ASL apron Starbucks barista and Bidwell server. With the Airbnb, I was finally to save for living expenses. Over the years, my guests have included commuters, students, unhoused individuals, and foreign visitors touring the district. Our Airbnb also supported local businesses, such as a Black woman-owned cleaning business, that I further connected within my community. Ultimately, the Airbnb made the impossible within the realm of reality. When the pandemic struck, we feared layoffs by our employers. Because we could host in a separate unit, we were able to host guests safely. We lived frugally and were able to save up for a down payment with our jobs and the Airbnb income. When we were able to move into our new home, our landlord asked us to rent our portion of the house to tenants and to continue running the Airbnb for him. The income from that Airbnb subsidizes the other tenants who are students and cannot afford market rate rent in the Noma area. The law in its current form would render his Airbnb unlawful and cause him to make the difficult decision to raise the rent. The current law also puts my family in a difficult circumstance. My partner and I were blessed with our first child this September, and without our Airbnb income, we will not be able to afford daycare when we return to work. Even with the Airbnb income, we are barely able to afford child care, a reality for families in the district. We used all of our savings to buy this house. This home is all that we have and we are concerned with liability. For this reason, we understand that having our owner-occupied Airbnb and residence as an LLC ensures us the most protection. We simply do not want to lose the home we fought for. An LLC to rent out our basement apartment would protect us significantly. The current requirement of the homestead exemption leaves us as DC residents in a bind. We've worked very hard for our home and would be devastated if we were to lose it. We urge the Council to delay implementation and fix the homestead exemption requirement. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you, Ms. Bean. Again, thank you. David Rivera.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi. To the Committee of the Whole, thank you for the opportunity of letting me testify today. My name is David Rivera, and I am a Ward 6 resident and have been for 13 years. I provide my testimony in an effort to extend the deadline to register for short-term rental and vacation rental licenses because the DCRA licensing process is broken. I have rented my home as a short-term rental and vacation rental for over 8 years. That activity has generated thousands of dollars of hotel taxes, which Airbnb has remitted to the District of Columbia on my behalf. I also encourage my guests to eat at restaurants on H Street Northeast and to patronize local businesses and venues. On January 25th of this year, I testified before this committee of the whole regarding my inability to even submit an application for either license. I was required to attest on the DCRA application that I live in the quote primary portion of my row house. See, that requirement is not based in statute, and it represents an overreach by the DCRA. Because I will not attest to that statement, the DCRA website will not allow me to submit any application. Because I cannot apply for or obtain my licenses, Airbnb has indicated that it will block my listings starting on April 10th. I stand to lose multiple bookings and thousands of dollars. Since January 25th, and despite the opposition from you, Chairman Mendelson, and also Council Member Allen to the DCRA approach, there's been no resolution. I also hear from other hosts that they're experiencing hiccups in getting routine documents in support of their applications, such as the Clean Hand certifications and FP31s. It would be extremely unfair to tax-paying hosts who have been making good faith attempts to get licensed if DC enforced the short-term rental laws, given the new controversial requirement and the systemic problems in applications. I need more time to get into compliance. DCRA never even brought up the primary portion requirement during the comment period. The launch of the license program was in January, and it is too short of a turnaround. The deadline to be licensed needs to be extended now. Thank you, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I don't have a copy of your statement. Have you provided it?
I have, but I'll resend it to you, sir.
All right, thank you. Charlotte Perry?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm a resident of DC. I've lived here since the year 2000. I live in Ward 2. I started to Airbnb a property with Obama's first inauguration in 2008. I then started a business managing Airbnb profiles on behalf of other DC property owners in 2011. So I can give a perspective of the current market from both a manager standpoint and from someone that's been Airbnb-ing, as we say, for over 15 years. I was surprised when I went to register my own property when the portal opened on January 10th to learn that I was not eligible, even though, again, I've been doing this for 15 years. The reason I am not eligible, I found out, is that although this is my primary home and I'm renting out a guest unit on the back, is that I rent my primary residence. And I've been here for a decade in this house that I rent. I have the owner's permission. My children have gone to public school. Again, I was surprised to find out that I had to own the property and not rent it. I think that what that does is block out people that are less financially secure from earning an income through short-term rental. The reason I moved into this house initially was because it had an area where I could host and generate income. So I wanted to point that out first. I think that the reason so many people are, a couple of reasons people are having difficulty getting the licensure is one, that they are blindsided. They were blindsided by the restrictions of what constitutes an eligible property. And evidence of that was we found in the soft launch that the office did, where they had 100 of us volunteer and only 60 got licensed. That's an indication, again, that people ran into issues with learning that they weren't eligible. The other, of course, as my fellow residents have testified, is that the portal is very, very difficult to navigate. People are running into problems they didn't anticipate. I manage 40 properties. 14 are eligible. 3 have successfully licensed out of those 14. That just, again, highly intelligent people unable to navigate. So I see my time is up. I urge you to extend the deadline so that people that are eligible can come into compliance. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Linda Green. Is she here? Oh, wait. I think we're trying to let her in. Oh, there she is. Linda Green, you're up.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson. I'm sorry I had problems getting in.
Well, here you are.
Here I am. So thank you so very much, and to your colleagues for hosting this today. I'm Linda Mercado Green, owner CEO of Anacostia Organics, the first medical marijuana dispensary to open east of the river, located in historic Anacostia. I'm also the chair of the DC Cannabis Trade Association, but I'm here today as a business owner, the business owner of Anacostia Organics. And we are the first CBE cannabis company in the District of Columbia. In a business which is legally licensed by my city, yet federally illegal, I am struggling for success due to the strict competition of the illegal gifting and selling market. I must buy my cannabis products from one of the 8 legally licensed cultivators in DC. We are constantly inspected, very much regulated, and we, the legally licensed cannabis dispensaries, pay the highest taxes of any business to our city and to our IRS because of the 280 ERS tax law, which dictates us to pay taxes from anywhere from 70% to 85% of our gross revenue, not net, annually. We have no deductions, not any whatsoever. The illegal businesses do not pay any taxes on the cannabis they are gifting or selling. To obtain your cannabis medicine from a legally licensed cannabis business in DC, one must fill out an application, show proof of residency, pay a fee, which is temporarily waived right now, and wait for a medical card to be issued by ABRA or PDF email. At that point, the patient can come to any one of the 7 legally licensed dispensaries to obtain the medication. In the illegal market, I-71 operators are not legal business operators. All one has to do is walk into brick and mortar shops, which they're vastly advertised to get medication, which, by the way, is not grown in the District of Columbia, meaning they are operating federally illegal by having cannabis products shipped from other parts of the country crossing state lines, which is a federal offense, as well as many of those products have pesticides and other chemicals harmful to the citizens and visitors of our city. These are products that would not pass state standards where they are grown or processed. Additionally, these businesses are directly tied to the high crime rates in our city. I'm in support of the budget submitted by the Department of Buildings and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection to give them the funds to put an end to this illicit activity through civil enforcement and fines. We, the legal cannabis industry, will not survive and would be a vast failure on behalf of our city if this activity is not curtailed. There will be opportunities for these operators to become legally licensed cannabis operators in our city. Therefore, I'm asking you to support the full funding submitted by these 2 agencies so that business owners who are doing everything right and abiding by all the laws have the opportunity to succeed as tax-paying businesses who hire local employees, provide top benefits, and train our employees so they are knowledgeable about this industry. Most of all, provide safe, inspected, and lab-tested medications to our patients. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Green. I don't think we have a copy of your statement.
No, you don't, and you will have it shortly. Getting ready to send it now.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Ed Alexander.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm Yvette Alexander, and I am representing the views of the District of Columbia Cannabis Trade Association, which I serve as a consultant. They are the members that represent the legally licensed medical marijuana cultivation centers and dispensaries in Washington, D.C. On March 21st, 2022, the association met with Director Shrapa to discuss the enforcement of illegal marijuana businesses. We strongly support the full funding of the newly formed Department of Buildings and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection in the FY23 budget to ensure that they have the necessary resources to address this issue. After our discussion, we learned more about the enforcement process, and we urge you to approve funding that allows them to be fully effective in their partnership with ABRA and MPD to investigate and sanction these businesses that are illegally selling or gifting marijuana. DCRA is working closely with the association regarding this matter. We have shared a growing list of illegal businesses with them, and they are in the process of investigating their operations. At present, a modest estimate of these illegal businesses is over 100 brick and mortar locations in every quadrant of the city. They also plan to send warnings out to consumers about the dangers associated with these businesses, as well as developing an expedited enforcement strategy with their partner agencies. While we're discussing the budget, it's important to note the findings from the New Frontier Data, a leading global cannabis data authority that estimates the illegal market in DC has $600 million in sales in comparison to the legal market sales, which have totaled 35 million. Additionally, the illegal businesses are not paying the district any taxes that reflect these sales, which amounts to $36 million. Our city must be committed to allocating the financial resources necessary to prioritize enforcement. And that's why we support fully funding the agency so that they can battle this enforcement of the illegal businesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander, and I don't believe Mr. Grasso is here. Let me ask both you, Ms. Alexander and Ms. Green, are you simply supporting the budget, or are you saying there needs to be more money put in the budget?
I would say if I support the budget, if it does include a mechanism to have investigators enforce these illegal businesses. I know they work in conjunction with the Metropolitan Police Department and ABRA. So if there needs to be interagency funds that need to be shared among the agencies, that would be a solution. But if the budget does, if the budget supports enough investigators to handle the illegal cannabis businesses, then that's fine with me. But if there needs to be additional funding to the agency, please do support that, because we're in dire need.
Ms. Green, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I don't. She absolutely expressed my opinion and my remarks perfectly.
Well, the problem with what you're saying, Ms. Alexander, is that if I ask Mr. Trappa if the budget is adequate for their needs, he will say yes, because that's what all subordinate agency heads say. I mean, you know that. That's the mayor presented her budget and they work for the mayor, and so they will not criticize the budget. So I have no way of knowing other than from either the agency or from the stakeholders, in this case, you, Ms. Green, and others in the legal industry, if the money is not adequate. So you don't have to give me an answer today, but you need to tell me if you need to tell me in detail if you think that there needs to be more money in the budget for cannabis enforcement.
Can I ask you, Mr. Chairman, are there positions available that are solely for the cannabis, that will be solely for different inspections? Like, I know they go out and enforce a lot of different things, and license a lot of different entities. I don't know if all inspectors are able to take on the task of every business entity. If not, then there truly needs to be funding solely for cannabis inspectors.
There are 83 FTEs in the licensing division. That's what I know. That includes regulatory investigations.
From what the director told the association is that it could be possibly the problem lies not with the investigators, but with the process to go through a hearing and appeals. I believe he stated there's a backlog with that. So from what we heard from the director is that the problem is not with the number of inspectors, it's with the process, more or less.
Yeah, well, I can ask the director, but again, if you can provide more specific detail regarding the need, I can then, I'm in a better position. I am then in a better position to be helpful, and I would like to be helpful. Let me ask one other question. How reliable is that figure that the illegal sales are about $600 million?
It's very reliable, and Ms. Green can further expound upon that, but the New Frontier data is the leading cannabis data think tank, if you will. And they have estimates from every state and globally, actually. I can get a report for you for the District of Columbia. I'm personally not a registered member to obtain that information, but I'm sure a member of the association can get you that data.
Okay, Ms. Green. Ms. Green, did you want to add to that?
No, I just wanted to say New Frontier Data is an organization, publication that most of us go to for gathering for the information that they've gathered to give us a parameter of where we are. But the 600 million has been widely published as New Frontier Data source. The 600 million amount of revenue from the illegal market in the Washington, D.C. area and compared to the 35 million that the legal businesses did last year.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for Ms. Roof, if she's still here. She may. Looks like she dropped off. Yes. Okay, then I have a question for Ms. Dantzler. You concluded your testimony saying that you would like $100,000 in pay increases associated with annual performance ratings and $500,000 in overtime money. How did you come up with those figures?
I utilized the lowest paid member that I have is at $42,000 and it goes up to $90,000 with the highest paid at the agency. And so I have over 100 members there, so I know exactly 100 members will not make a 405. So I just gave a rough estimate of approximately out of the 102, approximately 46 to maybe 52 will actually get a grade of a 405 for the annual performance rating.
And so then that works out to a $10 increase for them?
No, it actually varies. If they do the one-step increase, it can range from $500 more a pay up to $1,000 more.
A year or per pay period?
For the year, yes.
These are members of AFSCME, so wouldn't they're entitled to the pay increase, aren't they?
Yeah, they're entitled through the contract raises. And so that is happening. What's not happening is when they are eligible to receive a pay increase in accordance with the DPM that allows them, if they get an overall score of a 405, the agency can put them in for a step increase based off that that evaluation period. So it's been a struggle with my members receiving the fours, getting pay increases based off of the annual performance rating.
So they're not entitled to it, but they're eligible for it, and DCRA chooses not to do it.
I guess that's up for debate. That chapter 14 has mandatory language using the word shall, and it states that these things shall happen when performance shows that increases can be granted for an overall score of a 4 or a 5. With a 4, you can get 1 step. With a 5, you can get 2 steps in pay, should I say.
Yeah. And so you said that the raise would be between $500 and $1,000 a year.
Yes.
I'm struggling with about to sneeze, excuse me. And so if you estimate that roughly half of the members would be eligible, half the members at 1,000 would be a little over 400,000, but at 500 would be 200,000. So you chose the maximum?
Yeah, I chose the maximum. I did. Labor will be very pleased if we can get some monies from the council. If the dollar amount is too high, we can understand that, but we do believe these members need to be acknowledged.
Yeah. I had one other question for you. Give me a second here. I didn't understand the part of your testimony that talked about the proper equipment needed to process applications.
Yes.
I guess that's because you said that a lot of it is done by hand. It's paper documents.
Yes, I know the director has presented to this council during its performance oversight hearing that PSI, the system that was in place to process these applications, were rehired, or he's going to rehire them. But as of today's testimony to you, this has not happened. And so this vendor was pulled in 2021, and labor learned of this in May of 2021. And so for the securities branch, for any special police officer, these applicants are not getting to work fast enough. And so because my members don't have the equipment to process their application. So when you fill out your application, you cannot upload documents. And so the members have to go to a secondary general inbox email to find all of the applications that one applicant has applied. So if they walk away from the computer and come back, that application times out and that person must start anew. And so my members physically have to open each inbox of John Doe to find a completed application, then email or communicate with that applicant to say, these are the documents that are missing. And then I need you to forward that information to me in order for me to complete your application process.
Sure. So is this only an issue with the security officers or other positions?
Other positions, anyone, if you want to be a barber, the agency is unable with this current system to have that applicant who wants to be a barber to schedule the required testing in order to become a barber or cosmetologist. The system is antiquated and they need the equipment in order to process these applications faster. My other members who are processing the applications for, let's say, anyone who wants to be a real estate agent, they're processing that application, but you also have them also processing applications of anyone who wants to go into the short-term rental business. However, we do know that your committee provided monies to have a separate staff control that. However, my members are doing that work as well. And so it's really slowing down the process of getting work done. The short-term rental program, I'm understanding, did have a supervisor. However, that supervisor never obtained a staff to work that short-term rental program. So now my members are trying to keep up and trying to keep their heads above water, but they're also addressing walk-ins. They're doing online applications. They're answering the customer care calls. So they're multitasking, trying to complete the agency's goals at the end of the day.
Thank you. I'll ask the director about it. I do not have any other questions for any of you. I do want to thank you for your time. Taking the time to testify, it's helpful. So you all are excused. And I'm going to call the director in just a moment. I'm going to take a brief stretch break. In fact, I'm probably going to stretch for about 3 minutes. Director Chirapa, if you're there, why don't we get started? Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
I needed a little stretch.
Me too.
Yeah, well, you haven't had to sit in front of a camera for 9 to 1 is 4 hours.
Oh, I've been here the whole time, believe me.
Well, yeah, but you could get up and walk around and.
No, I have to pay attention to you. Every minute with you is important. You may say something that you may ask me about later, so I have to pay attention.
Yeah, there will be a few things. When you're ready.
All right. Again, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. I am Ernest Chirapa, the Director of the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, DCRA. I'm here to testify on the fiscal year 23 budget for the Department of Buildings. On March 16th, 2022, Mayor Bowser presented her proposed fiscal year 23 budget and financial plan to the Council of the District of Columbia. The Fair Shop budget acknowledges how far we've come as a city from the pre-pandemic days and the height of the COVID-19 pandemic to where we are now. As we continue to emerge from the pandemic with the desire to make up for lost time and opportunities, the fiscal year 23 budget plan builds on the recovery budget that was put forward last year to improve core services, enhance the experience of residents and businesses interacting with the district government, and provide greater opportunity for residents to learn, grow, and thrive. Together, we can come back stronger than before. And one component of that is fully funding the new Department of Buildings, which I will address later in my testimony. Generally, the DOB budget takes a systems as a whole approach to tackling the following top priorities in fiscal year 23. Smoothing the transition from DCRA to DOB is one. 2, reimagining approaches to long-standing issues around protections available to homeowners from construction damage and tenants from negligent landlords. 3, helping builders move projects forward safely. 4, improving operational resiliency as we emerge from the pandemic. And 5, retaining and attracting talent in an era of the Great Resignation. In furtherance of our top priorities, DOB's proposed fiscal year 23 operating budget is $64.09 million and $3.7 million in capital budget. The operating budget has $39.39 million in personal services and $24.77 million in non-personal services. Although the budget chapter reflects 333 FTEs, in actuality, there will be 360 FTEs. The additional 27 FTEs are the result of enhancements from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funded initiatives, which includes 14 customer service agents to further improve our customers' experience, 5 program specialists to bolster code enforcement, and 8 combination code inspectors for legal construction inspections. The proposed budget includes $8.11 million, which is the fiscal year 23 portion of the fiscal impact statement adopted by the council in the legislatively mandated DOB. In terms of personal services associated, it covers 23 new positions for the DOB staff needed in administrative functions such as legal, HR, information technology, and the executive team, including the newly created positions by the Department of Buildings Establishment Act of 2020. Non-personal service costs include systems integration, workflow changes, branding, outreach, training, facilities, relocation, and other support costs. Building on a history of transparency that we put in place at DCRA with the introduction of the public-facing dashboard, we will create a similar infrastructure and modern website for DOB so customers can understand how the agency is meeting its mission through quantifiable metrics to measure performance. DOB's proposed budget ensures there are appropriate resources to sustain DOB during fiscal year 23, so that district residents can receive the same level of services previously provided by DCRA without any disruption or degradation with current service level agreements that customers are accustomed to. This includes instant acknowledgement and issuance of a tracking number for inquiries with a detailed response within 3 days, routine property maintenance inspections within 15 business days, and completing permit plan reviews within 25 business days. Next, I'd like to provide a brief overview of DOB's proposed fiscal year 23 capital budget of $3.7 million, which is split into two projects, $1.7 million for fleet management and $2 million for IT modernization. Regarding fleet management, this multi-year project funds the replacement of 64 vehicles that are outdated or in poor condition, as well as the purchasing of new vehicles for DOB. The $1.7 million for fiscal year 23 will replace approximately 31 vehicles that are outdated or in poor condition. Agency vehicles are needed to effectively conduct enforcement activities, compliance checks, and various types of inspections in a timely manner. These funds will ensure DOB has reliable and safe vehicles to conduct its operations to achieve its mission and protect the safety of the agency staff and the public. For IT systems modernization, this project funds the continued multi-year implementation of mission-critical IT systems involving district permitting, enforcement, and inspections functions. It supports DOB's objective of modernizing and streamlining its land use management, plan review, and other systems to increase efficiency and provide a better customer experience. It also facilitates data sharing with Office of Tax Revenue and other sister agencies. Their improvements will serve DC residents and businesses as they rely on the agency systems to conduct their business transactions, submit complaints, receive information, and request other agency services. DOB is charged with protecting the health and safety of residents, which is a goal that the agency takes very seriously. A top priority is protecting tenants from delinquent landlords by focusing on housing code violations, whether through direct investments in abating violations or working through the adjudicatory process for property owners to abate violations themselves. Our budget includes $900,000 to fund nuisance abatement efforts, which includes the purchase and maintenance of the necessary materials and supplies for the housing rehabilitation team, professional services for abatement, and proactive rental housing inspections. This enhancement would allow DOB to provide proactive inspections and respond to emergencies and complaints efficiently to address health and safety concerns for vacant residential properties, which has a critical impact on the district's ability to maintain property values and encourage economic development. In addition, this would allow DOB to provide a timely response in all wards to proactively identify housing code violations via the proactive inspections before they become problematic and minimize the number of tenant complaints and encourage abatements from landlords. In fact, 2 new KPIs for DOB in 2023 will provide useful metrics for our customers and stakeholders in this regard. 1, number of housing code violations abated by property owners or DOB, and 2, number of vacant properties returned to productive use. Our proposed budget also includes $1.38 million with 8 new FTEs to restructure the illegal constructions program by requiring that inspectors receive full combination construction certifications, expanding tours of duty, offering full-time opportunities, and expanding the ability of inspectors to catch a wider variety of issues in a single visit. Additionally, our budget includes more staffing to bolster code enforcement, specifically $879,000 for 5 additional program specialists for code enforcement activities. The life cycle of an enforcement action goes beyond issuing a citation. Researching owner information, serving the owner of record with a notice of infraction, sometimes by mail, legal sufficiency reviews, preparing evidentiary packets, defending the action in court, and tracking fines and payments are all necessary activities that require staff other than inspectors. One of the enhancements proposed in the mayor's budget will fund necessary resources to better assist our customers. The proposed funding of $2.07 million will provide the agency with 14 live agents, new live video chat, remote assistance, and extended service hours. These live agents will be subject matter experts on the processes and procedures of the department. This resource is one that all the technological advancements of automation and artificial intelligence may not be able to provide. The human experience is so critical in communicating and assisting our customers. We know our customers expect and appreciate world-class customer service. These live agents will act as super customer service agents who customers can talk to in real time. As subject matter experts, these agents can understand and analyze their customers' complex concerns while offering assistance and advice in an easy to understand way. These complex issues could range from neighbor notifications, trying to understand construction plans, and adjacent property damage. Only a human can understand the frustration and motivation that led a customer to call and voice their angst. We are committed to providing emphatic and responsive customer service. As DOB blossomed into existence, it is critical that relationships with our sister agencies are maximized to their full potential and that we work together to further improve customer experience. Another enhancement in our proposed budget is $1.85 million to help builders move projects forward safely with accelerated plan reviews. The Accelerated Plan Review Program is a voluntary expedited permit review program offered to permit applicants who meet certain criteria. Depending upon the permit scope of work, what is required, our district agencies are involved in the plan review process for permitting, including, but not limited to DC Water, Department of Energy and the Environment, Department of Health, Department of Transportation, and the Office of Planning. To ensure that the agency is fulfilling its obligations to permit applicants participating in the APR program, dedicated resources are necessary to ensure our sister agency partners can meet the service level requirements that we've set forth in the APR program. Our staff has shown its resiliency through the course of the past year, including the uncertainty and stress that has accompanied establishing 2 new agencies while keeping DCRA operational. Along with expressing our appreciation, it is important that employees are given additional manpower and growth opportunities for the DOB to succeed. Our budget includes approximately $400,000 for investments in our staff, including trainings, exam reimbursement for construction code certifications, and activities to retain high-performing staff. As I conclude my testimony today, I'd like to thank the mayor for putting forward a budget that will help us emerge from the pandemic stronger and more ready to thrive than ever. The budget goes beyond just funding the fiscal impact of the establishment of the Department of Buildings. It funds activities to build a future where residents can have more peace of mind from construction next door, more repairs for property maintenance code violations, and more assistance with services from the department. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
If it's all right with you, Director, why don't you give the statement regarding the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. Although do me a favor, since the first 2 paragraphs are probably identical to the first 2 paragraphs you've already read, maybe you could skip those.
I would start by providing a high-level overview of the mayor's proposed fiscal year 23 budget for DLCP, which will continue to perform various licensing and consumer protection functions currently performed by DCRA. Specifically, this includes issuing business licenses, occupational and professional licenses, special events permits and vending licenses, registering corporations, investigating consumer protection complaints, and conducting mediations and inspecting weights and measuring devices. The mayor's fiscal year 23 budget for DLCP includes gross funds of $37.8 million, including $36.9 million in general funds and $891,000 in federal payments. The budget provides for 204 full-time equivalent FTEs, including enhancements that will add an additional 34 FTEs to the agency. 24 of these FTEs are being added to facilitate the agency split with DOB. While the budget book currently only indicates 194 total FTEs, We intend to establish 10 additional FTEs for customer service, 6 program specialists, and enforcement of the recently enacted flavored tobacco ban, with 3 investigators and 1 program analyst. One other DLP enhancement is the $305,000 in information technology to provide technical support for the data warehouse to improve data quality and better access and timely information sharing between the employees, customers, sister agency partners, and stakeholders. This enhancement is an operational impact of capital from the IT systems modernization project. One of Mayor's investments that I'm particularly excited about is an additional $891,000 for live customer service agents for licensing and permitting. This funding will also add new live agent video chat support, remote assistance, and extended hours of operation for licensing and special event permitting services. DLCP's fiscal year 23 budget also includes reductions to reflect the establishment of the DOB and associated transfer of FTEs and agency functions from DCRA. Notably, the local budget includes a reduction of $31.6 million in local funds, 220 FTEs as a result of the split. There are also similar, albeit smaller, cuts to special purpose revenue funds. In addition, the fiscal year 23 budget eliminates funding for previously negotiated service agreements with other district agencies. These cuts reflect the discontinuation of previous iteration of buyer agency seller arrangements, which will be replaced with a new interagency process. I also want to point out that while DLCP and DOB will be separate agencies, they will also be sister agencies. The work that DOP does will in many cases have a downstream impact on DLCP's role. Making sure that both agencies work together seamlessly after October 1 is paramount to ensuring that our residents are protected. There are protections in place for businesses and visitors, and enhancing local business development to further aid a district economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Before moving on to discuss our operations and budgeting in specific program areas, I'd like to take a moment to urge the council to fully fund the enhancements I've outlined. The budget also includes key funding to promote racial equity in DLCP's customer service and equal quality of service across all 8 wards. If these initiatives are not fully funded, it will severely impact the agency's customer service operations and impede the district's economic recovery. The Mayor's fiscal year 23 budget provides resources for DLCP, which build upon DCRA's record of high-tech transparency. Just as with DCRA, DLCP will have a public-facing dashboard with quantifiable metrics so that the public can understand how the agency is achieving its mission. The dashboard and other IT tools would also enable the agency and the public to measure our performance in a district as compared to comparable agencies in major cities. Another crucial tool to ensure agency performance is key performance indicators, KPIs. And I'm pleased to report that DLCP's fiscal year 23 performance plan includes 9 KPIs that mirror DCRA's metrics for the agency functions that are being transferred to DLCP. There is also 1 new KPI for fiscal year 23 that I believe is crucial to DLCP operations, and I'll be speaking to that later in this testimony. DLCP will continue to oversee licensing and credentialing for dozens of classes of district professionals, including engineers, real estate professionals, industrial tradespersons, certified public accountants, among many others. DLCP would also continue to provide support staff and services to the various professional licensing boards, commissions, and programs that currently are under DCRA purview. Helping district residents obtain the license they need to begin a new profession or start a new business not only creates pathways to the middle class for our friends and neighbors, but it also stimulates the local economy by ensuring that there are an adequate number of appropriately licensed professionals in the community to meet residents' needs. The proposed budget includes approximately $564,800 to add features and maintenance of the system for issuing occupational and professional licenses. This investment will support the regulatory and operational reforms that we have made to streamline licensing of security officers and real estate professionals. Indeed, one of our recent initiatives that I take great pride in is in the establishment of a KPI for fiscal year 23 to track our goal of reviewing occupational licensing requests within 3 business days. This will require hard work by the men and women in the business professional licensing administration. And I know that their commitment to meeting these needs of our city will continue under DLCP. My philosophy on this subject is simple. If people are qualified for the applicable license, meet the suitability criteria, and submit all of the required documents, there's simply no reason they should not be able to complete the licensing process as expediently as possible. This new KPI communicates our improved service level target and an objective measure for agency accountability and transparency. The proposed fiscal year 23 budget includes just over $4 million for DLCP's Office of Enforcement, which is responsible for the investigation and enforcement of non-compliant business activities, including licensing, vending, special events, and weights and measures. This also includes funding for the Enforcement Unit, Consumer Protection Unit, special events, and vending enforcement. To enforce the ban on flavored tobacco, the Mayor's Fair Shop budget includes $750,000 across multiple agencies, of which $582,000 is allocated to DLCP. The ban was passed by the council several months ago and is intended to prevent juvenile tobacco addiction. The DLCP looks forward to working with our sister agencies on this initiative. For fiscal year 23, $1.4 million is allocated in the Mayor's budget for DLCP's Business Center, which is responsible for offering tailored consulting services to existing and aspiring small businesses, among other functions. This funding also includes $643,000 for the Small Business Resource Center. SBRC. SBRC is on the front lines every day, finding new and innovative ways to stimulate the growth of small businesses in the district. With a small team of dedicated professionals, the SBRC convenes one-on-one advisory sessions with prospective small business owners to help them navigate licensing, startup costs, and other challenges that arise in a normal course of starting a business. The center also convenes groups, workshops, and assists businesses in securing pro bono legal advice, capital, and COVID-19 relief. Before the pandemic began, SBRC also organized symposiums and conferences for different categories of the industry, including construction, architecture, engineering, and food service. With the resources contained in Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 23 budget, we hope to resume these large format events soon with a goal of reaching as many professionals and prospective business owners as possible, even if it is through a hybrid in-person or virtual format. As I mentioned earlier in my testimony, the work that the DLCP will do with our sister agencies is essential in securing the best outcomes for DC professionals and businesses. This is especially true with regards to our partnership with business development agencies such as the Department of Small and Local Business Development, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, and the Department of Employment Services, DOES. My staff and I at DCI frequently engage with our counterparts at these agencies to drive growth in the District of Columbia. For example, DIMPED brings evolving business opportunities for the district to DCI's attention when regulatory changes are needed to allow new types of entrepreneurship. And I fully expect this collaboration to continue under the revised agency structure and through the allocations contained in the Mayor's Fair Shot budget. My professional experiences have led me to the conclusion that any agency, whether it be city, state, or federal, is ultimately only as good as its workforce. That is why I've strived since my first day of service at DCI to invest in the professional development of the men and women in our ranks who report to work every day. Indeed, DCI has commenced a variety of initiatives to enhance the competencies of our agency workforce, which will serve district customers well as we reorganize into DLCP. Specifically, the fiscal year 23 budget includes approximately $200,000 for training, incentives for professional development, and activities to retain high-performing staff. This investment will be crucial as we continue to develop professional competencies within DLCP to ensure maximum efficiencies for this new agency. DCRA has developed a peerless culture of performance in recent years as we have implemented crucial reforms to make the agency more public-facing, responsive, and competent in its assigned functions. I expect a high level of performance from every person on my staff, whether it is an inspector, an investigator, attorney advisor, or any other category of employee. I fully expect this professional dedication to continue in DLCP, and Mayor Bowser's budget provides vital enhancements and other resources to ensure a smooth transition for staff. As I conclude my testimony today, I would like to again thank Mayor Bowser for her significant investments in DLCP. As we continue implementation of the Department of Buildings Act and stand up a parallel agency structure, I urge the council to fully fund the mayor's request for DLCP so that this new entity can provide the fastest and most efficient service to district professionals, businesses, and consumers. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Chubb. On page 3 of your statement, you say near the top, while the budget book currently only indicates 194 total FTEs, we intend to establish 10 additional FTEs for customer service and enforcement of the recently enacted flavored tobacco ban. Is that all 10 related to the tobacco ban, flavored tobacco, or is that 6 for customer service and 4 for the tobacco ban?
4 for the flavored tobacco ban and 6 for customer service.
Now, why are they not in the budget book now, if you know?
I think there's a technical correction process that is in the works. And that's the reason why at the time of publishing the budget chapter, that number hadn't been adjusted. But I believe it will be handled through the errata process or some other mechanism. But I wanted you to be fully aware of the disconnect in the number in the chapter and what we've been funded for.
Is it only the number of FTEs that needs to be corrected, or will there be additional dollars with those FTEs?
There's no change in dollars. It's the pure number of FTEs.
Okay, it would help if your AFO were to send us that information now. Do you have a problem with that?
I'd rather send it to you.
Well, okay, but the point is now, not waiting for the errata letter.
No problem.
And the reason why I say that is we're working on the budget over the next month. We usually get the errata letter a few days before either the council work session or first reading. You're saying there are no dollars that are changed as a result of this correction. It's just the FTEs.
That's correct.
So we could get that information now. So just looking on that page, I'm going to read the budget provides for 204 full-time equivalents, including enhancements that will add an additional 34 FTEs. The next paragraph, one other department enhancement is 305,000 in information technology. So these were enhancement requests that you had submitted. Can we have copies of all of the enhancement requests?
Chairman, the agencies don't coordinate global enhancement requests. That comes through the city administrator's office. So I can't provide that. They would have the information.
So you're saying I have to ask the city administrator?
Yes.
Making a note. With regard to the Department of Buildings, on page 2 and 3 of your testimony, you said, although the budget chapter, again, this is Department of Buildings, reflects 333 FTEs, in actuality, there'll be 360 FTEs. The additional 27 FTEs are a result of enhancements from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. Where do I see that in the budget tables?
Right. If you go to the budget chapter, table 4, as an example, you will see 4.328 million, but 0 FTEs. So
Where am I?
I'm sorry, table 4.
Yes.
Towards the bottom number, there's something that's the subtotal district recovery plan, and the proposed FY23 amount is 4.328 million.
Yes.
And the change from the previous year was 4.38. So
yes,
that's the amount that is in the testimony, but the 0 FTEs is what we would have to correct.
So again, this is an error. And the correction is
27 FTEs.
That's what I like about the budget process.
Very wonky and nerdy, sir.
And you identify what they are, 14 customer service agents, 5 program specialists, 8 combo code inspectors.
Yes.
Now, the ARPA money is one-time money. Do you know if it's in the financial plan for 2 years, or is it just this year?
That I don't know, but I can check and follow up with you on that.
Okay, so you'll get back to me on that.
Yes.
Also on your testimony, this is back to the DLC. On page 5, you talked about, I'm pretty sure you're talking about IT. Proposed budget includes approximately $564,000 to add features and maintenance of the system for issuing occupational and professional licenses. This investment will support the regulatory and operational reforms we've made to streamline the licensing of security officers and real estate professionals. So is your testimony that this enhancement or $564,000 is only for the licensing of these 2 professions?
No, the system supports multiple professions. So features that we add will benefit our overall customer base, but we are focusing on some of the needs around the security officer licensing and real estate officer licensing as part of our efforts to speed up the licensing process for them.
So those two, security, real estate, will benefit, but there are other professional licenses that will benefit as well from this.
That's correct.
Can I say all licenses?
Everyone, every occupational licenses that goes through that system.
Well, are there any occupational licenses that don't go through that system?
No.
Okay, there are other licenses, but with regard to occupational licenses, they'll all benefit.
Yes.
Still with DLC, you testified that there's a $1.4 million for the business center. Where do I find that?
The 1.4 million in the business center, I have to go to the budget chapter for.
Probably table 4.
Yeah, but I have to switch documents.
Oh, it's going to get worse, Director.
I know, maybe we should, carve some time for DLC, as you say, or DLCP, so that, we finish that and switch to DOBs.
I'm keeping on your toes.
If you go to table 4 for the DLCP, you will see there's a line item, activity 2070 for the business service center.
No. 2070, 2070? Is that what you said?
Yes.
The budget book doesn't have a 2070. Oh, no, it's down at the bottom, under licensing.
And there you have sort of like regulatory investigations, the business service center,
yeah,
and all the breakouts. The business service center.
This may not be a question for you to answer, but the activities usually are the same number series as the program. So if you look up that page, up the table, like permitting is program 2000. And the activities are 2020, 2025, 2030, and so forth. But if you go down the page to licensing, which is program 7000, they're listed as activity 2065, 2070, 2075. I'm guessing that's a mistake.
I'm not exactly sure. Our AFO will be able to comment on that. It may be related to moving the remainder of DCRA into DLCP and establishing the Department of Buildings. So there's a lot of movement or cross-walking that may be, but I'll have my AFO confirm after the hearing.
He's listening?
Yes.
Okay. So it might be, yes, the activity number didn't change because that way we're able to track the dollars going back in time, in which case I'm fine with leaving it that way. But
I think it's frozen.
If it needs to be corrected, then it should be. What did you say?
The internet connection became unstable for a minute, but I followed you.
Okay.
The AFO has to comment on it so that if a correction needs to be made, is done.
Give me a minute. Help me with AFSCME's testimony. So Ms. Dantzler testified that labor is here to request that the agency allot money to obtain the proper equipment needed to process applications. And when she testified further on this, and I also asked her questions, it seemed to be to automate some of the functions rather than have it by hand. Can you respond?
Yes, I'm acutely aware of the processes that our staff have to go through to process a license application. So I would, for the purpose of this hearing, not comment on the inaccuracies from Ms. Dansley's statement, and one of which is the suggestion that I said in the previous hearing that we are going to rehire the firm that previously did the work. But what we've been putting in place over the last several months is enhancements to the system as we streamline operations. So it's an ongoing effort. For example, previously, there was no provisional licensing capability, meaning if you want to work tomorrow, there were limited options to expedite your security licensing, but the mayor put in place steps and we adopted regulation that allowed us to implement provisional licensing. What that meant was that we had to adapt and adjust the system and add features. So overall, there's nothing like 100% manual process. It is that we are on a constant pace of automation and improvement. So as issues arise, we address them. For example, sometime last year, there was not the capability for applicants to upload documents. Today, you can upload documents into the system. What we are spending our time on now is reaching out to people who are turning applications previously that may have abandoned it or may have lost interest, and letting them know that we are still working on the applications, but if they are no longer interested in pursuing it, they should let us know. That leads to email traffic and email content. Applicant is required to submit, let's say, 6 documents, and they only submit 5. We give them an opportunity to email us that. Those sort of like processes, however they've been designed, are things that we would further streamline to ensure that people have a smoother experience. But I'm not really worried about at which the division is processing applications now, but I do recognize that there are several steps we can take to improve that, and we'll continue listening to Dansla or anybody else for any suggestions that they have.
So I'm going to restate it differently. Well, give me just a second here. Losing track of paper. So to put it another way, do we need to add money to further automation?
No, sir. We made a request and the mayor provided us the funding to address the features that are necessary for the system, and not just system enhancement, but also staffing. So we have the manpower to process the work.
Are you saying that you put in a request and it was met?
That's correct.
Was it met fully?
Yes, sir.
This is the enhancement request that I asked for a few minutes ago that you said I have to go to the city administrator?
No, you asked for something slightly different.
How is it different?
I'm talking about a specific enhancement that I commented on in the testimony that is also in the budget. Unless I misunderstood you, But what I heard you was, what are the enhancements that the agency sort of like asked for? The
Yes.
ones that I am very comfortable with, and the ones that agencies can provide the information. I've mentioned my testimony. Another example is the OPLA system. Everything else that comes out of policy conversations about what agencies ask for versus what agencies get funded, those inquiries are coordinated and responded by the city administrator's office.
Yes, but I thought you just said that in terms of automating the license processing, that you had asked for funding, that there is funding coming for that, and that you had asked for it. And I asked if you got all that you asked for, and you said yes. And then I said, is that one of the enhancement requests? Have you lost me here?
Maybe we're talking about the same thing, but let's sort of like recalibrate. We make a list of enhancements. The ones that are presented in the budget are the ones that have been funded. The ones that don't get funded and the nature of it, agencies, as far as I'm aware, don't provide that information. There's a central, that's what the city administrator office does. They provide that sort of like information. So if I misunderstood you,
No. But so the 564,800, which is to add features and maintenance of the system for issuing occupational professional licenses. That isn't that relevant to what the AFSCME president was talking about?
Yes, it's relevant to it.
Okay, and so that was an enhancement request you made.
That's correct, and it was funded.
And I asked you if it was fully funded, and you said yes.
That's correct.
And so then that would be one of the enhancement requests that you made.
That's correct.
I know I sound like I'm repeating myself. And I asked if I could have copies of enhancement requests, and you said, no, I have to go to the city administrator. Some you got, some you didn't get. I have to go to the city administrator.
All right, so let me qualify that. The ones that are in the budget are the ones that I can give you directly.
Okay, so can you provide me with that enhancement request?
Yeah, Chairman, it's in the testimony.
No, I mean a copy of the document.
Oh, no. Now I got you.
Yeah, that took a long time to get to know. Okay. And I don't want to sound amused by it because I'm not, but that took you a long time to get to. If I want a copy of it, I have to go to the city administrator.
Yes.
What about the AFSCME president's testimony regarding the pay? Labor is asking this committee to allot $400,000 in pay increases associated with annual performance ratings of a score of 4 or 5. Labor is also requesting that the agency allot $500,000 in overtime money. If you're not answering me, you're not commenting. If an employee scores 4 or 5, are you required to give them a step increase?
Not that I'm aware of. And I want to go back to a very crucial tenet of how we manage our workforce and how we support and empower them. We've made significant investments over the last couple of years in the culture change, employee well-being, and a number of things that go to managing our human capital. Every year we make investments in our people, and fiscal year 23 will be no different. I mentioned that we have $200,000 for training, incentives for professional development, and activities around retaining high-performing staff. We also have an agency-specific policy, recognizing that they are district policies. So for example, based off collective bargaining arrangements, there are certain requirements. For example, employees in the legal service are required to get certain adjustments based on their performance. And we honor those relationships and agreements. On top of all of that, because we care so much about our employees, we've created agency performance related incentives where those who demonstrate great performance and excellent service not only get recognition through our employee awards events, but they also get salary adjustments. So in short, we pay for performance. I don't know what Ms. Dansla is referring to, but what I do know is that we have an agency-specific policy that covers performance management and raises and adjustments. And we also follow the specific requirements for each collective bargaining unit. So I think it may be a problem looking for a solution or vice versa. I just cannot comment a whole lot until I get additional details on it.
And to get additional details, you'll reach out to AFSCME?
No, I'll have a member of my staff follow up with her to understand exactly what she's referring to.
What about the other aspect, which was neighbors also requesting the agency allot $500,000 in overtime? I didn't quite understand that because you're required to pay overtime. That's federal law. When I say required, if somebody works overtime.
Absolutely, Chairman.
And they're not salaried, you're required to give them overtime. So
we pay overtime.
You're not paying overtime where it's required.
So just in that may even is remotely possible, it's problematic. We pay our employees. In fact, I do get reports on overtime, budget and expenditures. We have policies around overtime to ensure that if somebody's working that deserves overtime, it is not a problem. They are taken care of. In the fiscal year 23 budget for DLCP, there is sort of $125,000 for overtime. So your thinking is correct. When people work overtime, they get paid. It's not a problem.
Yeah, so I don't understand that. The current year budget is 225, and for next year, combined, the two agencies will be 225. And last year, the actual spent was 120. Can you explain why, or is it that the union wants members to be able to work overtime and that's being denied?
Chairman, she would have to explain what she wants or what she's talking about.
Yeah. Is the budget adequate to support cannabis enforcement?
The scope of the work that we've imagined, we have resources sufficient to address that. However, issues around I-71 compliance, things like whether somebody has a small bag versus the threshold, or I mean, there are some complications that I'm not an expert in it, and I'm not trying to prepare myself to be that. But as you recall, there was some type of emergency legislation that your office had considered, and we mentioned that the scope of work involved there would require additional resources. But the work we are doing now to support enforcement doesn't require a dime extra. So for example, it wouldn't cost us other than staff time to send consumer protection notices to our mailing list and audience. It wouldn't cost us anything extra other than what we've been budgeted for or what the mayor is proposing to do occasional investigations or prioritize investigations and also address issues that may come up. But I don't want to paint a picture. I don't think that's what the association was saying either, that the full scope of enforcement that they envision is 100% clear, and also the level of resources that are needed. So I just want to make sure that there's a good understanding that for certain enforcement activities, we have sufficient resources to address that. For additional scopes, that would have to be resourced as well.
So how am I to interpret all that? You heard the testimony from the legitimate cannabis businesses. I guess what I'm taking from what you're saying is that it's adequate unless the council passes legislation that requires more.
That's a great way to put it, Chairman.
Give me just a second here.
Okay.
So I'm trying to remember, Director, with regard to cannabis, last fall, we tried an emergency bill. I think it was last fall, and it had a fiscal impact. One of the things we did, we modeled it after the synthetic, the K2 problem. I won't call it synthetic marijuana because it's not. It's just a chemical, and it causes a reaction in people who ingest it. In any event, we modeled it after that. So we required that businesses would have to submit a remediation plan, and that would be evaluated by DCRA. That would have a fiscal impact. Do you see any value in that with regard to cannabis enforcement? I'm talking about enforcement with regard to the illegal pop-ups.
I'm not sure. And it is because we will be receiving a list from the association so we can do some targeted enforcement activity. That would be a test bed or a learning experience for us, as well as our sister agencies like ABRA and our MPD. So it is a bit too early for me to comment on whether the remediation plan submission requirements should be replicated or will be effective. But from everything that I've heard, the illegal marijuana problem is growing, and we are committed to helping any way we can to put it in check or put it under control.
Sure. So let me kind of go over some basic elements. Let's say that we pass legislation that requires that the basic business license is pulled for, let's say, 96 hours. There's a right of appeal, of course. So we're now urging that you go out and I'm sure you've been given a list of some of these businesses. So let's say we pass this legislation, you're now encouraged to go out to these businesses and close them down for 96 hours. Can you do that with your existing resources?
Not in a sustainable manner, no.
And so the budget that's proposed wouldn't be able to do that in a sustainable manner either.
No, the budget that is proposed does not tackle that workload or that potential workload on a long-term basis. But as part of our current operating posture and the operating posture we envision in FY23, yes, we can do those sort of like target activities.
Yeah, but I don't know how sustainable that would need to be. It's not unusual that if there's an enforcement action and there are, let's say, 100 businesses, and the 100 businesses are suddenly confronted with stop selling or you're going to have your license pulled or suspended. Yes, you'll have to do enforcement against some of them. You said you could do that, but the remainder will probably come into compliance and the problem will diminish.
Now, Chairman, it will be a whack-a-mole situation. Some people will be discouraged, others will find ways, and that's what we've learned when it comes to like enforcement strategies. Yes, you can send a clear message by shutting someone down or taking strong action, but if you cannot sustain that pressure and that level of activity, you really have to rethink the strategy. So given the scope of the problem and everything that we've learned from the association, stakeholders, residents, and our own employees, really being on the front lines and placing themselves in very challenging situations, we think a holistic approach is necessary versus just initial targeted plans. The value of initial targeted plans is to learn, but we have to quickly scale that effort, and that will take an incredible amount of resources. But perhaps if it's helpful, we can workshop some ideas because I know you care about this issue. The executive branch also cares about this issue. And from like an agency perspective, we are also thinking about ways to help address the problem.
Okay, so you'll follow up with some ideas on this?
Yeah, I'll have future conversations with the association, my staff as well, and share some ideas about how we can curb this problem.
Well, could you also include in that what the cost might be?
Sure.
I mean, because we have the budget before us, so so this is the time for us to look at if we want to sustain enforcement and it's going to have a cost, I need to know what it will be. So you'll get back to us on that. That was a yes?
Yes.
Give me a second here.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep up with myself. If you think, Director, sometimes you have problems with me, what do you think it's like to be me? Don't answer. I think you asked me not to ask this, although maybe you didn't ask me not to ask this, but how are things going with working out that agreement with the Attorney General on vacant properties?
I have to check with my staff on the latest update, but I don't recall us receiving additional information. But it's best for me to check with my staff and then provide an update. But as you know, Chairman, we have a strong collaborative relationship with the Office of Attorney General, not just on the recent ideas around False Claims Act enforcement collaboration, but on housing code violations. They receive referrals from us on a routine basis, and we provide documents and information to help take landlords through the receivership process. So we're proud of the work we do, and very proud of the outcomes that their office is also able to drive. So I'll follow up my staff, as I said in the beginning, to see where things stand as far as that agreement, and also look at ways we can have perhaps just one agreement that covers all types of referrals and working relationships, instead of having small separate agreements.
Okay. I have my next question maybe for your AFO.
Okay.
How many vacancies do you have right now?
I can address that. We have 36 vacancies right now. It used to be 81, but we've done 2 job fairs or hiring events. We've extended offers. There are multiple start dates happening. So we, out of that pool of 81, we are down to 36.
Okay, and for the proposed budget for the Department of Buildings, what is this? Is there any salary lapse, and what is it?
I believe there's a small amount in there. I can, yes, the salary lapse we have is $528,546 for DOB.
It was 528,500. You're looking, you're muted.
Sorry.
So you said 528,500.
545.63.
All right, let's go over that again. For 546,000 is for Department of Licensing?
No. The Department of Buildings, the
Yes,
number
okay.
528,545.63.
$528,545. I'll leave out the cents.
Yes, that's a correct amount.
Department of Buildings salary lapse.
Yes.
Do you know what percent that equals?
I'll have to break out the calculator, but I think it's around 2%.
Okay, and what about for Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection?
26,731.
That's much less. And what's that percent?
It's around the same, 2%.
So Department of Buildings has a personal services budget of 39.3 million and a salary lapse of 528,000. And the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection has a personal services budget of 23.7 million and a salary lapse of 27,000.
That's correct.
Yeah, those don't look like the same percentage to me.
Yeah, I didn't use that calculator. I was doing it mentally. If you look at local, I wish I had a calculator at this moment so that I can break it out.
Oh, so it's a percent of the local budget.
Yes, that's sort of like what I remember it being. It's a percent of local only. So that may be why you come up probably with a higher number or a different number than the ones that I shared.
Okay. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but earlier in the week or last week, I forwarded to you an email from the Spice Suite regarding velocity. Do you remember this? That they had spent the money for velocity to expedite their permits and it was delayed.
Yes, I remember that, Chairman.
Why would that be happening? Initially, what I was told was that I'm trying to find, give me a second here.
Okay.
Give me just a second.
Okay.
It looks like I don't have in front of me what I forwarded to you.
I remember the conversations that the business owner was having with my staff, because I was copied on it and I asked my staff about it. And really, this is an outlier and we are terribly sorry about the experience that she had. We do over 200 accelerated review projects that used to be called Velocity a year, and we've taken steps to ensure that it is accessible even to somebody who just has like a one family project. In this scenario, we were late by 1 day based off our service level agreement. So it's something that we are not happy about, and we've taken steps to address it. Going back a few days earlier, the customer was given an extended window of time to correct the violations, code violations in the plan. And she did that in, I think, about 48 hours. So it went through another review cycle, but we missed our timeline by 1 day. And once the issue became apparent, we addressed it. One thing I want to point out that is relevant to her experience is part of the enhancement that is in the DOB's budget, where we'll be providing support to sister agencies like DC Water, DDOT, DOEE, Office of Planning, so that they can also adopt service level agreements and specific timelines to complete their review. The benefit of that is all agencies will complete reviews within a specific window versus DCRA completing the review and the customer still waiting on other agencies. So that is something that we are hopeful the council will support so that we get closer to the vision of centralized permitting and really delivering on the value of expedited permitting, regardless of the number of sister agencies involved in that process.
Well, I don't have the email in front of me, but my recollection was that she reached out to Councilmember McDuffie, who then asked me about this. We were sitting together at the hearing last week, and that's when I got involved. And what she said to Councilmember McDuffie was that she'd been told that the department wasn't going to process her application until the following week because of professional development. I think that was my initial email to you was, so you may have been a day late, but I think that's a day late because I got you involved. And otherwise it would have been the following week.
No, Chairman, not at all. I couldn't substantiate that comment that she was going to be delayed by a week. I couldn't substantiate that. What we do, matter of course, and I don't even get involved, it just happens. We look at pending reviews and when they are due, according to our SLA, and reports are sent to the reviewers so that they can minimize sort of like a slippage. So when I followed up with my staff, they are taking those steps and they were getting things back on track. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we didn't complete, DCRA did not complete the review on time. We missed the deadline by 1 day, but we quickly doubled up and followed up. And there have been subsequent email thread where she acknowledged that our outreach to sister agencies are helpful. By the end of the day, we are all in this together. We want people to complete their projects safely and as fast as is humanly possible.
Okay, I'm going to move on to another issue. Tertius. So DCBIA is still unhappy with Tertius being mandatory, but there still being problems. They sent you, actually they sent the mayor a letter on February 16th. On February 16th, it's a fairly long letter. Just to highlights, the system is based on static contracts, which does not comport with the realities of commercial and multifamily real estate development. DCRA is making Tertius mandatory for special inspections, which exceeds the agency's authority under the statute. Tertius requires DCRA to be a party to contracts between third-party inspection agencies and their clients. Tertius has a high volume of functionality problems that DCRA has yet to successfully resolve. The first step in ensuring that Tertius comports with the reality and complexity of commercial and multifamily development is placing a temporary pause on the program as a mandatory platform. My guess is you've refused to do that, but what are you doing to meet their objections?
That's a good question, Chairman. With regard to Tertius, since the launch and through to this day, we engage with customers on new functionalities and stakeholders for their input. There are some fundamental issues that any attempt to relitigate will not go anywhere because those have been settled. For example, this idea that DCRA is party to a contract is not based in law, as I've been told. There's no case law supporting that. So you would hear that multiple times, but it doesn't change the underlying facts that we are not a party to a contract. Secondly, this idea about exceeding the scope of oversight authority is simply not true. Special inspections are part of third-party inspections. We've been overseeing the program, and what Tertius has really done is scaled the agency's ability to pick up on early warning signs about problems so that we can take action, hold the industry accountable, and holds us also accountable on specific things that relate. But more importantly, ensures that there's a streamlined process for approvals so that buildings that are up to code can receive their certificate of occupancies on a timely basis. That is value to a building owner. That is value to contractors. But we'll continue listening to the industry so that if they have other ideas or functionalities they're looking for, we can bake that into our product development, our roadmap.
Well, okay, you see, you're accentuating the positive, and you're focusing on a couple of their allegations like exceeding authority, but not responding with regard to some of the details. Now, I didn't read them, but you got a copy of this letter. Tertius has a high volume of functionality problems. Previously, an owner would simply give a third-party inspector a notice of inspection to submit it to DCRE for approval. Tertius, however, requires an owner to enter each permit number, and there can be multiple for a large site, answer a series of questions for each permit number, and input credit card information before being permitted to select an inspector. The system just started to allow minimal searches by permit, applicant name, or project address. It is not possible to add or schedule inspections. Inspections must be scheduled with the third-party agency, which then must input the scheduling into Tertius, which then provides a broad time window. The system currently does not allow for follow-up invoices to be sent if an invoice is not paid. Tertius sends inspection and acceptance and confirmation emails for actions taken weeks or months ago. The reports issued by Tertius simply state that an inspection was completed, whereas previously reports were issued directly by inspectors and contained substantive information. Even when inspections have no cost, owners must still pay the $0 charge. The tracking number issued by Tertius is not aligned with the tracking number or identifiers for DCRE's multiple other electronic platforms. Trade permits are not assigned to an inspector through Tertius without the owner's intervention. Trade permits should already be in the system once they have been issued. It is not possible to set up an alternate payment besides a credit card, which major projects generally do not use as a form of payment for inspectors. There's no ability to establish a business account with the ability to delegate to users within the business, and the system cannot issue an itemized receipt, itemized invoice, or statement. Now, I don't want you to respond to each of those, but that's a rather detailed list. You did receive a copy of this letter, and that says to me that there are still functionality issues with Tertius. So when you talk about having authority, you're sidestepping the issues that DCBI raised.
That isn't my intent, Chairman. What I want to acknowledge is that there are several improvements that have been delivered over the course of the year and will continue. I don't want to take issue by issue and like swat it away or address it superficially. At the end of the day, the industry is adapting to a different environment, and we are also adapting to the future. Overall, the benefits of streamlined processes or the benefit of transparency cannot be put aside because of what is perceived to be an issue, where in fact, it may not be an issue. So we'll continue engaging with the community and our customers and bring them the features that they need. This idea of delegated accounts, I think it's already been solved. I'll check with my team. There are a bunch of releases scheduled for April, as well as some regulatory updates as well. So I really want to use this opportunity to ask everyone to trust the process of continuous improvement, the process of sharing thoughts, and to know that we'll continue working together because a better system for oversight, a better system for tracking construction inspection, special inspections is critical. You know too well, Chairman, how issues around foundations or underpinning can lead to disastrous consequences. Tertius gives us that opportunity to catch up on early warning signs. So over time, I think we'll get through all of these perceived issues and also real issues.
Well, you know, I don't have a problem with where you're trying to go, but I do have a problem that for large projects, and we want large projects in the city, we don't want to make it more difficult for large projects. I have a problem that for large projects in the city, that industry representatives are saying that there are problems and this is being forced on them while those problems haven't been completely resolved. That's what I have a problem with. Let me move on to a different issue. Looking at the proposed budget for Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. I'm looking at table 4. You're reducing, I say you, the budget would reduce the number of FTEs by 47. And the 47 is mostly from regulatory investigations. 29 of the 47. I also see that 8 are being taken out of consumer protection. I don't understand either of those moves. Can you explain them?
Let me start with a broad picture, and then I'll zoom in to specifics and ask my AFO to help, because we've gone through this exercise both for Department of Licensing and Department of Buildings. And I think your staff had asked for some information previously. This is what is happening big picture. DCRA had 9 activities, 9 divisions and 37 activities. DOB had 7 and 14. So there'll be mismatches because some employees are being moved from one activity to the same activity. And some employees are being moved from one activity to a different activity. So that sort of like creates this sort of like spaghetti bowl. For example, and I'll use buildings and I'll come back to our licensing. The surveyor's office, homeowner center, expedited permitting, and development ambassadors were 3 different activities under DCRA. Under DOB is 1. So looking at the employees that way becomes very complicated. Zooming in now to the consumer protection investigators or the consumer protection unit. The minus 47 that you see in table 4 is the result of 83 employees that we now have in that activity compared to 130 in DCRA.
I'm sorry, Director, but that didn't help me. Consumer protection. Now, Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection presumably is going to retain consumer protection as a duty. Consumer protection, which is listed as activity 2075, is zeroed out.
If you look at activity 3002, consumer protection, it now has 21 in the table 4.
All right, that's an answer. What about 2065, regulatory investigations? That's zeroed out.
Regulatory investigations is part of consumer protection. The same investigators who would go out to collect information to address a complaint that a licensed contractor overcharged based on the contract are the same investigators who will go out to do a COVID compliance survey or do a general business compliance survey. And they use the same systems. So for cross-training and increasing opportunities for staff to learn what we do as an agency, we've effectively merged the work that they do.
So you're saying that the 29 FTEs and regulatory investigations are now part of the consumer protection enforcement?
What I'm saying is that the 29 FTEs that you saw in fiscal year 22, that is now 0 in FY23, is because they are doing the same work as consumer protection. However, there have been other outflows. For example, 5 FTEs went to performance management. 1 FTE went to building inspection. 1 FTE went to third party. 1 FTE went to vacant property. 2 FTEs went to rental housing inspections, and 2 FTEs went to civil infractions. So employees have moved to the appropriate activities depending on the agency, and the net result is the 21 that you are seeing in table 4 for consumer protection.
So can you go over that again? How many went to Department of Buildings? Because you just gave me a list, like you said, vacant property.
One FTE went to activity 2030 in DOB, building inspection. 1 FTE went to 2060, third party. 1 FTE to 3010, vacant property. 2 FTEs to 3020, rental housing inspection. 2 FTEs to 4020, civil infraction.
4020 is also in Department of Buildings.
I believe so. Let me reconfirm.
So that's 7 went to the Department of Buildings.
It should be a total of 12. It's 12. 5 to performance management.
In Department of Buildings?
Yes. 1 to building inspections. 1 to third party.
12, I got 12, the 5
Okay.
performance management. That's 12. Give me a second here. Looking at Table 4 still with regard to Department of Licensing Consumer Protection. This year there are 21 FTEs for economic recovery fast tracking services. That's ARPA funds. That appears to be eliminated.
Yes, it's a APRA for this activity was a one-time enhancement.
So what is that activity?
Fast tracking of licenses that people apply for. There are certain licenses where we have to do, and I don't want to call it an investigation, an inspection before.
Why don't we still need those services?
As we look at our operational goals for FY23 and the resources required and the investments that we made in fiscal year 22, there are some things that we could still benefit from. For example, the processes put in place for licensing and investigations or inspections, they are here to stay. So we don't need the same level of investment in economic recovery as it relates to our licensing process this year as we needed it last year.
All right. I'm staring at something, so give me a moment here.
Okay.
So I'm going to go back a little bit more or step back a little bit more generally. In 2019, you had 414 FTEs. In 2020, you had 451, so it increased. In 2021, we approved 475, so it was an increase. But the actual was only 452. So even though we approved a growth, and I think you were director, a growth of roughly 25, the agency didn't actually hire more. For the current year, we have 501 approved. You testified a few minutes ago that you have 38 vacancies, which means that even though we approved 501, you have only 463 filled. And not too long ago, you had 81 vacancies, which means you had 420 filled. So what's going on that we're falling so far short of the mark? Why did we approve 475, a growth in 2021, but never got there? Let's start with that.
Is that thing that we've all been dealing with called the pandemic, Chairman. Staffing shortages across the country is known. And for us, the numbers you are referring to are snapshots in time. We put a lot of work into attracting, recruiting, and also giving people meaningful opportunities to excel. So yes, there are vacancies, but from the numbers, you can see that our efforts in partnership with DCHR to reduce the time it takes to put somebody in seat is bearing fruit. And like everybody else, we are continuing to learn how best to maximize our human capital and minimize the vacancies.
Well, I'm not sure I'm completely convinced. So you had 451 in 2020, and for the current year, we've budgeted for 501. And at this moment, according to your testimony, there are roughly 463, which really isn't that much more than 451. And the reason why this is relevant is because of all the testimony we hear about how long it takes to get permits and the illegal construction and the housing code enforcement. When I did an analysis of trying to compare what the folks who have to work on those programs now and how many you'll have with the new Department of Buildings, I come up short. So maybe where I'll go is this. As best we can tell, the Construction Compliance Division, which has 15 at DCRA, will have 3 at Department of Buildings. Why?
Construction compliance, the work for that activity based off the budget and the DOB Establishment Act is largely around co-development and creating standards for compliance of the built environment. That is not the bucket or activity for illegal construction inspectors or illegal construction work.
That's code work, working on the code?
Yes, code development. We support the Construction Codes Board. We do research. We address codes for tradespeople. And that's the description in the budget book and the DOB Establishment Act. So I can understand if you hear construction compliance, automatically conventional wisdom is, oh, okay, they are checking for compliance. No. That's not what is happening here. So if you look at the activity in the context of what they are doing, that explains why you have that number of 3 now.
So you had 12 people who were busy writing the code who are now gone, or will be gone, or not needed.
I'll say we have outflows from that activity. The net result is 3.
So let me ask you this, permitting, the permitting division combined with the green building division goes from 81 to 72, a reduction of 9. Why?
All right, I'm going to come to that. And Chairman, believe me, at the beginning, when I was trying to explain big picture of the activities, is because of situations just like this. I'm going to flip documents to DOB and move from a DLCP. The permitting division has 60. You mentioned a different number. Let me make sure we are looking at the
I
thing.
said permitting combined with green building.
Okay, green building has 12. And then permit operations has 60. That's
The
not.
vote tells me that it's 81 between the two.
Between the two is 72. If you look in table 4, activity 2010, permitting operations division, FY23, 60 FTEs. Activity 2040, green building division, FY23 FTEs, 12. And here are some of the big picture things I was talking about. Under DCRA, for example, we had 3 different activities: homeowner center, expedited permit review, and development ambassadors. They were like separate activities. Now, they are all in one activity called permit operations in DOB. So I get it. Looking at activity under DOB, activity under DCRA, and trying to understand what the accounting of the +3 +1 means can get really, really complicated. But the fundamental reasoning is because of shifts in activity, FTEs moving from one activity to the same activity at a different agency, FTEs moving from one activity to a different activity. And the net effect is the numbers that you are seeing. But one thing I do know, which I think you would care about, is the number of inspectors, for example, within critical functions, whether it's construction, number of inspectors being 27 FTEs hasn't changed. Housing, 27, hasn't changed after a few adjustments. And illegal construction is now going to be much bigger.
Where do I find illegal construction?
Illegal construction is now part of construction.
I'm looking under a program 2000, Office of Construction and Construction Building Standards. I didn't say that right.
That's correct. I knew what you meant. If you go,
it wouldn't be permitting operations. It would be building and
division.
It would be where?
Building inspection division, which is 2030.
And there'll be 27 inspectors.
If you look at the FTEs in there, and you account for sort of like the transfers from DCRA and the enhancements that we have, the net result is the number that you are seeing in the budget chapter. Remember that the APA funded FTEs are not shown. And earlier on, we said that we're going to send you sort of like the statement about all those customer service and APA.
So how many inspectors are in line 2030?
Line 2030, you would have, at the end of the day, 27 construction and 14 illegal construction line inspectors.
So these folks are cross-trained, aren't they? But so there'll be 27 who go out where there's a permit and see if everything's being done according to the plans, and there'll be 14 who are responding to illegal construction.
The reform we are putting in place will be even more bigger than that, Chairman. For example, there will be rotations because illegal construction can be, demanding. So you could spend a quarter in doing construction inspections, and then another quarter doing illegal construction. One thing that will be common is that we are requiring the illegal construction division inspectors to now be fully certified in combination residential and commercial code. So they can identify issues, right, a range of issues. And quite frankly, they can get paid more too. Grade 13s versus grade 9s and 11s. And to also allow us to offer expanded tours of duty to address the challenges that we face. Now, that workforce will still be supported by the part-time inspectors that we have. We do have 86 71 part-time illegal construction inspectors, resident inspectors. So we feel the DOB is being set up to really have a strong foundation to address long-standing issues and to be able to be more responsive to the evolving needs of our community and our challenges that we've seen over the last few years.
So where are the part-time inspectors funded?
The part-time inspectors are funded from the CSG 41, one of the attachments we sent you as part of the grants and contract line.
Okay, but then on table 4, where are they?
It will be CSG 41 as part of, give me a second. If you go to table 3.
No, I want table 4.
We don't have an activity for part-time inspectors.
Well, they have to show up. Table 4 takes your entire budget and divides it by program and activity.
If you want to look at it in terms of table 4, then you have to look at building inspections, which is, I'll give you the code.
2030.
That's correct, 2030.
Okay, well, now I'm having a problem. Actually, that might work, but you told me that there were 27 construction inspectors and 14 illegal construction inspectors. Correct?
There will be 14. Currently, we don't have 14 illegal construction inspectors because we are getting an enhancement of 8 in addition to the 6 that we have now.
That's the 8 are the ARPA funding,
That's correct.
which is temporary.
I don't think so, but
Well, ARPA money is not permanent. It's not recurring.
in some ways, yes, but equivalent to having 8 more inspectors is something that the mayor has made. It is now being funded in FY23 with ARPA, and FY24 will go to a formulation cycle and make our requests based off operational needs, things that council wants to see, things that we hear from our community, and things that we think the agency needs.
Okay, so 27 plus 14, those are the two numbers, 27 contract construction and 14 illegal construction. That totals 41. The table says 36. You just said that there'll be 8 more, so the table should say 44.
The 8 more will be reflected in FTEs.
So that table will be corrected to say 44 for line 2030. 44.5 presumably. This is a budget hearing.
I'm not sure I would say it will be corrected to be 44. What I would like to do is take another look and communicate back to you as far as how you would see the total numbers, because there are some positions that would not be reflected in FY23 because they were fast track funded from FY22. But at the end of the day, the number of inspectors that we have dollars for on the FTE side, as it relates to our construction, is 27 plus 14. So the AFO, the appropriate channels, will figure out how to align the tables.
So Housing Rehabilitation Division, currently DCRA has 32 FTEs. And as best we can tell, the Department of Buildings will have 18, a reduction of 14. You're muted.
Sorry, are you looking at table 4?
I'm looking at table 4 with regard to Department of Buildings. It says that Housing Rehabilitation Division will have 18 FTEs. And so if I look at 3050, which is in the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, for the current year, there are 32 FTEs. That's line 3050. If I look at line 3030 for the Department of Buildings, it will have 18. So that suggests that for housing rehabilitation, there will be a reduction of 18. I'm sorry, a reduction of 14.
You said 3050. I don't think 3050 exists in DOB. I have to go to DLCP.
3050 is in DLCP.
Okay. So under DCRA, there were 32 FTEs in rehabilitation. In DOB, we have 18 transferred.
A reduction of 14.
One second. The 14, from a mathematical standpoint, yes, a reduction of 14. Where exactly they be moved into other activities, I'll have to look into.
Well, that I don't know that I care. What does housing rehabilitation do?
Good question. When a building falls apart and they have to go abate, the rehab team, that's some of the things that they provide.
Okay, so we have 32 to do that now, and next year we'll have 18.
Not totally. Remember, the 32 includes people who have been moved to other activities. So the program, as DCRA was structured, had 32 program support specialists, the people who actually apply nails and hammer to the plywoods. But under DOB, it is now 14 because some people have moved to vacant property activity. Some have moved to building inspections.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you what happened to them. I'm asking why, if we thought 32 was necessary for the current year, why are only 18 necessary next year?
Because they're in two different agencies now. When it was DCRA, it was one part. But as on DOB and DLCP, different parts.
But DLCB isn't going to be doing abatement.
But they were not 100% doing abatement. That's what I'm trying to say. Chairman, I think the big picture, I don't think I've adequately helped you see the big picture in terms of the people who were working in particular activities under DCRA, the model that we were using, and what is happening as a result of the agency split. People move from one activity to a different activity.
So your testimony is that the 32 were not all doing housing rehabilitation.
They were supporting housing rehabilitation, but they were not all sort of like going there and like, abating a property. Programs don't work that way.
Well, but if they're supporting it, won't they be needed to support it next year?
Not necessarily. DOB is totally reimagined. There are certain functions that have been consolidated, like the permitting example I gave you, where we had development ambassadors who were promoting projects. We had a homeowner center, we had expedited building permit, but now that's been folded into one activity called permit operations. So it's not an apples to apples comparison. You're looking at a mixed bowl of oranges, bananas, and that's the end result of the split.
Okay, leave the fruit out of it. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. Sticking with Department of Buildings. So your testimony is that there will be 41 inspectors dealing with construction, 27 legal and 14 illegal. And that all will appear in line 2030. I'm going to assume I got it right unless you tell me I got it wrong. Where do I find the rental housing, housing code inspectors?
Housing code inspectors will be under Office of Residential Inspection.
Line 3020, 41?
3020 is, yes, rental housing inspections activity.
And how many of those will actually be inspectors as opposed to folks stuck in the office?
Of the resources in line 3020 for housing inspectors, you would have 27 FTEs. And then you would have 17 contractors. And 7 supervisors. So the 41 that you are seeing is basically 27 line inspectors plus 7 supervisors for a total of 34.
Okay, and what are the other FTEs? 27 and 7 is 34 and they're 41 here.
Yes, you have administrative program support staff.
Okay.
I need to stretch a little bit.
So 27 inspectors, 7 supervisors, so I guess do a little bit of inspecting, and then 7 support. But currently you have 38 housing inspectors, so where are the rest of them? Are you reducing the number?
The fast track, the recovery that we are in now, we got 8 temporary fast track positions. So it allowed us to move contractors into sort of like 40 hours a week type of employees in the current fiscal year. That money goes away and we get funding for APRA in other areas. So those inspectors would slide into the contractor ranks. So while on the surface and the math shows that there's a reduction in terms of FTEs or full-time or 40-hour type of work week for housing inspectors, comparing 23 to 22, we are increasing the investment on the contractor side to bolster our ranks. In fact, we will be spending about $440,000 on the contractor workforce to ensure that we have available 17 contractors for fiscal year 23. And their work goes with the ebbs and the flows. So when demand surges, we'll call up more people that we've trained to support our needs.
Well, my understanding is you currently have 17 contractor resident inspectors. So you're going to go from 17 to 17.
That is active. We have a pool.
Okay, but you're still going to go from 17 to 17. But in terms of full-time, you're going to go from 38 to 27.
That's correct. But here's a key thing, Chairman. While it is 17, the volume of work for the 17, we anticipate being higher in 23 than 22, which is why we have more funding available for the 17 in 23.
Why haven't we ever looked at the housing inspectors on a ratio basis the way other cities do, or the way advocates have pointed to other cities? So for instance, that we would have one inspector for 3,000 units. How many units are there? 180,000?
I think 313,000 and change the last time I checked.
That's all housing.
I believe this is rental housing units. I need to check and get back to you, Chairman.
I think one of the advocates said, so you'll get back to me on how many. I think one of the advocates said around 180.
I don't know where they got their number from. We do have some data based off registrations, because that's how we also do proactive inspections. So I would like to just check and then be on the stronger footing and not comment on the 180. I don't know where that number came
Okay, well, the advocates recommended 75 inspectors. You're budgeting for 27 plus contracts. If we did a ratio of 1 per 3,000, that would be 60. You think there are actually 300,000 units. Let me go somewhere else here.
I'm following your logic. We can even use the 180 for the purpose of this conversation.
Well, you'll get back to me on the number of units to be inspected.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you about administrative costs. For fiscal year 22, DCRA has 501 FTEs budgeted. In administrative services, you have 89 FTEs for 22 million. Now for FY23, Department of Buildings will have 333 FTEs. That's roughly 60% of the DCRA. Remember, DCRA has 89 FTEs in administrative services, but Department of Buildings will have 90 FTEs. And Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection will have 194 FTEs, which is roughly 40% of DCRA. And we'll have 61 FTEs, which is, give me a second here. A little bit more than 40%. So the agency will be 40% of DCRA, and we'll have a little bit more than 40% of DCRA's numbers in terms of administrative support. 61 FTEs. I hope you're following me, because I don't think I want to repeat this.
Oh, it's
buildings.
You have to go a little bit slower, because I followed you up to the 89 FTEs.
Well, that was at the beginning of this question. For the current year, DCRA has 501 FTEs, 89 are in administrative services. I think you have to take my word for this. It's in the budget book, unless the budget book is wrong. For next year, the Department of Buildings will have 60% of DCRA's budget, but will actually have more FTEs for administrative services. For point of comparison, DLCP, which will have next year roughly 40% of DCRA's budget, will have maybe 60% of the FTEs, same number of FTEs for administrative services. Department of Buildings will have over 100% compared to DCRA. Department of DLCP will have 60%. So I'm not questioning DLCP, but I am questioning why Department of Buildings has so much administrative support or services. I mean, my inclination is to sit there and whack those numbers away and make them inspectors.
It'll be more than a mistake. You'll crash the operation. And I can almost tell you that none of the KPIs will be met, because what I hear you saying, I understand it. I feel I have an obligation to share with you how the operations actually work and how resources have been tailored to meet the intent of the DOB establishment. One thing that I would encourage you, Chairman, to look at is that it takes more than just inspectors to get any job done. Inspectors are just the beginning. If an inspection is scheduled, guess what? It was an administrative person that took advantage of the dispatch technology to ensure that it's actually on the inspector's calendar. Once the inspector comes back and a notice of infraction has to be served following the Civil Infractions Act process, it's not the inspector who does that. There is somebody in an administrative role who prepares evidence packets, researches addresses, because some LLCs have complex arrangements. And sometimes we have to tap into proprietary databases to surface information about an owner. And then somebody has to go to court to defend the action. And once a final order is issued, somebody has to transmit and document those results in the system. And then somebody has to follow up to ensure that fines are paid. And if it's not paid within 180 days, somebody will have to send that to the Central Collections Unit. All these activities are part of the enforcement value chain and enforcement process. So I just shared this minor example to illustrate the need for administrative services to support the inspections role when it comes to crunching data, analyzing data, and putting things
now,
on the website.
Director, that's just somehow not comporting here. So administrative services has 90 FTEs. That includes 2 people for personnel. I'm assuming that's like HR, 1 person for employee training, 1 person for labor relations, 2 people for contracting and procurement, 6 people for property management. That's certainly not following up on inspections. 18 people for information technology. That's not following up on inspections. 16 people, no, 1 person for risk management, 16 lawyers, 2 logistics and fleet services, 5 communications, 17 customer service, 18 performance management. That gets you to 90. If I look at DCRA today, which has 40% more employees, it's the same number.
So let me make sure I understand it.
So why wouldn't the enforcement, all the follow-up, so the inspector issues a notice of infraction, why wouldn't the follow-up be within that division, residential inspection or?
I was giving you, Chairman, just one example. For example, that a lawyer that will go to court is not going to be in the inspections division's budget. I'll just give you an example of activities. That system that somebody will request an inspection, the system that the inspector will use to document their results, that's an IT system. And guess who supports it? Somebody in an administrative function. When we have to retrain inspectors on patterns we are seeing out there in the field and areas that they will have to adapt to, the training coordinator puts on those courses and works with the program managers to execute it. When somebody needs to go on an inspection, they need to get a car. There is somebody who would have to coordinate fleet. So I share these examples for you to see the connection between administrative services and the inspections function, and to also point out what people do a big mistake on. More inspectors, more inspectors, more inspectors. It's like a Rubik's Cube. For every inspector asset, you need a corresponding increase in some administrative service and function.
Sir, there are going to be more inspectors. The budget that the council approves is going to be more inspectors. Now, you have taken the department, which right now has 15 lawyers for the entire department, and you have 16 lawyers for the Department of Buildings. Half the agency, more lawyers, not more inspectors. Let's take.
And some of these positions, Chairman, of course, I have to address that comment, is coming from their fiscal impact.
Okay,
For the establishment of the DOB.
That's not particularly moving, but I'm glad you brought that up. So according to the fiscal impact statement that was done for Bill 22-317, you need another 50 inspectors. Why don't I see them here? And you need another 28 enforcement administrative staff. Why don't I see them here?
I don't know where you are getting those numbers from, Chairman.
From you?
No, not from me.
That's what DCRA told the OCFO when we moved Bill 20.
And how much did it end up being funded for? That's the
well, now you can fund them. You have a new agency.
No, Chairman, the Department of Business.
This speaks to need. This speaks to need. What DCRA told the Chief Financial Officer when we moved 22-317 is that if you wanted to do inspections and enforcement properly, you needed another 78. So when I ask you whether your budget is sufficient, as a subordinate agency head, you say that the mayor determines the priorities and the budget is sufficient. But what you, and I don't mean Ernest Trappa, what DCRA told the OCFO was that what you need is another 78 inspectors and enforcement personnel, not funded. However, what you're doing for the Department of Buildings next year is you're going to increase the number of lawyers. And you're going to have a smaller agency and you're going to have more folks doing administrative tasks. Fleet services, which last year you said the budget was adequate. Fleet services will double in size. Now that's unfair. It's going to go from 1 to 2, but it's a smaller agency and you're increasing fleet services. Increasing legal, increasing fleet services. I think you're increasing performance management. You need to work with me on this because the council is going to increase the number of inspectors. And I don't think we're going to approve a budget for the Department of Buildings that's going to be this top heavy.
I look forward to working with you, Chairman, and I look forward to having further conversations about some incorrect numbers that I'm hearing, and to also talk through and have a real conversation about where the need really lies and how some random cuts to the proposed budget would have grave unintended consequences. That much I feel very comfortable about based on how I see the operations working.
You're going to have to explain to me why the two agencies together need more lawyers than DCRA, or why the two agencies together need to have more performance management personnel.
It is simple, Chairman. Duplication of services. When it's DCRA, is one umbrella. When you create two agencies, two different systems, two different directors, two different general counsels, two different deputy general counsel, two different CIOs.
Then why doesn't the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection also have 90?
You can't just say 90 here, 90 there. It doesn't work that way. Their scope and function and mission is different.
Okay, so my numbers are a little bit rough here, but DCLP is going to be 60% of, it's going to be 40% the size of DCRA, and its administrative costs are going to be 40% the size of DCRA. Department of Buildings, which will be 60% of the size of DCRA, will have 105% the costs for administrative. Not getting it. And if you want to follow up this hearing and explain, I'll certainly be interested in understanding that, because
I think that's a great idea, Chairman.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to, yes, clearly there need to be two directors, but there don't need to be twice as many lawyers.
Chairman,
twice as many performance people, or twice as many fleet managers.
Work through this, because it is clear to me there's a disconnect here.
Yes. And it's also clear to me that you need more inspectors for next year, or the department will be doomed to, I'm going to turn to one other issue. The term rentals. Office of Tax and Revenue is now telling hosts that it will take 8 to 10 weeks to obtain a certificate of clean hands, which DCR requires for the license. To what extent have you worked with OTR to get that time down to like a week?
First of all, the 8 to 10 weeks is simply not accurate. I don't know where you are getting that from. In my conversations with OTR, I've never heard anything about 8 to 10 weeks.
Well, you're hearing it here because hosts have been told it will take 8 to 10 weeks.
You can't take that as a gospel, Chairman.
Your conversation, I don't know how to do the phone thing. Your conversation with OTR can be, we had a hearing, and what I heard was that OTR is telling hosts it will take 8 to 10 weeks.
I reached out to the OTR director and we'll have a subsequent conversation. But I'm clear that it is not 8 to 10 weeks. I know OTR is also adding staff. So overall, the partnership we have with them will continue, and we'll figure out how to work together, because yes, you got to get clean hands before you can get licensed. That's just a legal requirement.
Then I also have this. Hosts have reported that they are unable to complete applications for technical reasons. For example, the addresses in the application portal are tied to OTR's records, which do not necessarily include half addresses like 301.5 D Street. To DCRA's credit, it is working with applicants on an individual basis to resolve these issues. To get assistance, however, hosts must separately email DCRA and wait 48 to 72 hours for a response.
Again, this, as the person mentioned, stems from OTR database. not a DCRA issue. DCRA is providing a workaround. But the big picture here is that we would work with OTR and customers to address issues as they come. People have known for a long time that short-term rental compliance is necessary. Now issues are surfacing, we will address them to ensure that people have a pleasant experience or a smooth experience.
Well, yes, we passed a law in 2018, as you know. And so hosts have been on notice, if they were paying attention, for 4 years of what the requirements were going to be. However, the ability to apply for a license didn't become available until January 10th. And if we have thousands of potential hosts, my recollection when we passed the bill was that there were 9,000 in the city, but some of those would be illegal now because they're investor owned. So we have thousands, and it wouldn't be a surprise that people would not have all lined up in January. What concerns me, though, is that it takes time to work out technical issues. I will repeat, hosts have reported that they are unable to complete applications for technical reasons, for example, the address, but I think there are others as well. And then they have to wait 2 to 3 business days for a response. More concerning is OTR and the Clean Hands Certificate. There are a number of pieces here. I'm remembering that one of the hosts testified earlier today about how they have to have a basic business license. That's not new, that's not a surprise, but it might be something that they have to do. And if that can happen quickly, then their short-term rental license can't happen quickly. I think where I'm going with this is that I'm asking you to talk to OTR to speed them up, but also look at other internal processes at DCRA to see if these applications can't be moved more quickly.
So you want me to speed up OTR?
Yes. If you think I'm joking, I'm not.
No, but Chairman.
I'm happy to have that conversation as well with them.
I'll do everything I can to support our residents who want to have short-term rentals as their business. At the same time, I'm also very clear about organizational structures. OTR doesn't report to executive branch, but I know the director and I have had conversations, and we have a mutual interest in ensuring that our 2 agencies work together. That's what I can commit to. And the result of that partnership, I'm sure, will help move things around. But I cannot be responsible for OTR.
No, you can't be, but you can be responsible for reaching out to them directly as a result of this hearing and pressing them to move more quickly, to first of all, find out why hosts are being told. I put the piece of paper away. Why, find out from ask them, why are they hosts being told 8 to 10 weeks? What is it actually, and what can be done to move it up? I don't think that's unreasonable to ask you to ask that as an agency director to another agency.
Chairman, I've engaged OTR director, and I'll continue doing so.
The mayor presumably funded the flavored tobaccos bill. Yeah, are those FTEs in dollars fully reflected in your budget as submitted?
Give me a second. I know it's part of the enhancement.
I thought you said something.
Yes, it comes with 4 FTEs, 3 investigators and 1 program analyst. A technical correction needs to be done.
Can you repeat that?
4 FTEs. So to answer your question directly, yes, the budget fully funds the flavored, enforcing the ban of flavored tobacco products with 4 FTEs.
But the 4 aren't reflected in the budget as submitted.
No, it will be corrected. They are The funding is currently in CSG 40 and will be addressed.
So the funds for your agency are correct with regard to flavored tobacco, but the FTEs and where the funds are loaded is not correct.
That's correct.
We may have some follow-up questions for you. And I hope you took notes on, there were a few things you were going to get back to us with, like for instance, the MOU or agreement with the Attorney General regarding vacant properties. And you will share some ideas with us regarding enforcement of cannabis, the illegal cannabis establishments. And I think there might have been a couple other things which I trust your folks took notes on.
They will.
Okay. Thank you, Director Trappa.
Thank you, Chairman, as always. Have a great one.
That's going to conclude this hearing. Our next hearing will be Monday, March 28th, where we will hear with public witnesses regarding the public education agencies. On Wednesday, the 30th, we will hear from the directors of the public education agencies. And on Tuesday, the 29th, in between, we will hear from testimony regarding the Office of Zoning, UDC, Commission on Arts and Humanities. On April 8th, the Committee of the Whole will have a hearing on all the budget measures that the mayor introduced last week, fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. The time is now 4:04 in the afternoon, and this